Go live. Hello everyone, let's see. Hello Calvin Gusberg, hello Mark Harkness, hello Mikey Newman, hello Michael Cooch, hello John Shea. So can't be perplexed, but Imperial German Navy lacks capital ships, so they send a capital ship as a present ship in the Mediterranean. Seems to me they've done better to send Blucher and keep Coburn at home. There are so many things wrong with the Imperial German Navy. If it hasn't been an entire video, it probably will be an entire video someday. The list of things that go wrong with the Imperial German Navy. It's gonna start off with 3 pictures. One of them is going to be Kaiser Wilhelm, the other one is going to be Tirpitz, and the third one is going to be Bismarck looking suitably disdainful at both of them. And possibly joined by a 4th picture of Holzendorf looking suitably disdainful at both of them. Those are all sort of options. I will say this now for a heads up for people. I have had lunch today. However, there wasn't much. So, there might come a point where I get hungry and order some chicken nuggets, because I don't need a pizza or anything like that, but there might be some chicken nuggets up here. So if you don't like I have been getting some comments on people going, why are you eating online? Usually it is because I'm hungry. This one I'm saying in advance, there at some point some chicken nuggets might appear, or something similar, something I can snack on that's warm. Now, before you wonder where I've been cleaning these. So, they look nice and clean now. It was a case of, I was looking everywhere for them before I started live, and then I thought, hang on, I took them into the house to clean them. And did I clean them? No, I forgot, because I got distracted by fluffy things. So, apologies for being a little bit late. My God, if you're trying to impress the Turks, turning up with something that says, look, I'm far less impressive than the Royal Navy battlecruiser deployed in theater is not a good look. The RN didn't really have a battlecruiser deployed in the Mediterranean. They could have probably done with a battlecruiser deployed in the Mediterranean, but they didn't have one. If they'd had a battlecruiser in the Mediterranean, it more than likely would have made short work of Goeben, because it would have been backed by enough cruisers, enough armoured cruisers, that whilst it itself might individually not have been as powerful as Goeben, there would have been sufficient forces in the group that, frankly, while Goeben was trying to deal with a battlecruiser, it would have been trying to deal with everything else. Besides which, if I'd been going to send off a battlecruiser solo to sit opposite the Mediterranean, offering opposite something like Goeben, it would probably maybe been Queen Mary, which actually probably would have made short work of Goeben, mainly because she was just, Queen Mary was that type of ship. Hello, Tanafaga. Good evening, Dr. Clark and the Clarkettes. I have my kebab ready, and the 2 orange carpet tigers are quiet, and the counting class DDG is coming along nicely. Let them rush it again. Made in Scotland from girders. Yes. So, nice to hear. Considering this is the same Navy who overloaded a plane with a notorious centre of gravity problem, yeah, I question the competency of solving the admirals. Well, they knew about ships, they didn't know about aircraft. That was an entirely different department, and besides, people make all sorts of stupid decisions at some points. Hello, Stafford. Hello, Geoguy. Hello, 9681, Amelia Burrow, and Tanifelica, and everyone else I missed at this point. Slava Kimkatcha. So, let's start off with me just pointing out that I have a huge pile of books next to me for the Soviets to begin, but I had a feeling, thanks to a friend of mine getting asked a question about my particular views on battlecruisers, that was going to come up as a question. So I left a few minutes at the beginning of today's Bruships to answer any questions on battlecruisers, but I'm just going to get through the hellos first. We will hear more about the Kirovs, trust me. The sheer quantity of books I now have on the Soviet Navy, and I mean, when I say books I have on the Soviet Navy, there is a book in here which cost 150 quid, which I had been umming and ahhing about whether or not to get, and then combine things of the generosity of all of you and your support and paycheck coming through on time for the first time in God knows how long, has meant that I got it. And yeah, it's an interesting book. It's literally written by Watson and Watson, so you know, comes with a good pedigree just from the names. I'm going to be covering it today. It's in the list. You should see down in the description, there should be a list of roughly a dozen or so books. Alright, questions for later on the Kirill's. Could their helipad hangar and lift arrangement be applicable to other post-war cruisers like Des Moines, Tigers? Yeah, it could all be done if you wanted to. Honestly, the Tigers could have been far more better designed than having that humongous box. Oh well, Tiger, I said here on the 106 hours last 2 weeks of work, so may not be. That's fine. 115 hours, 111 hours total worked, 106 billable hours. You sound like me with my teaching sometimes. That one, Stafford. There is the amount of hours I bill for. There is the amount of hours I actually work. I think that's common for most people today. Every time I look at the concept of quiet quitting, I go, but I wish. Hello, History Vanguard. Hello. Ooh. Well, that's a conversation going on about General Holneck. Oh, good lord, we've already... Dan Freeman has already spotted the Girls 18 site. They have been hidden, timed out by Dan and Paul from Chicago. And yep, I wonder if that app is working today. Who banned me? Okay, don't ban everyone. Hello DH89, hello DGB40, Dan Freeman, watch the ban hammer. So it begins, the singing. Look, on the singing front, please note, I know I'm to keep doing it, but that's because every song intro I've put together so far has failed to get past YouTube. In fact, entire videos have had to be re-recorded because they do not like them. So at some point I am going to get a proper intro video and an intro section for at least the recorded videos worked out. And then you'll only have to deal with my occasional singing or humming on the lives. But honestly, I do that because when I do it is because I'm checking the sound levels as I'm going in behind the screen. And if I start off talking, I'm worried I'm going to get into a content and you're going to miss stuff because it hasn't started. So that's why I do the singing. Can we get full view of the t-shirt? Okay. So here you go. Signs I'm probably a dragon. I hoard useless shiny things. I eat too much. Sleep too much. I don't like leaving my cave, and I have an excessive desire to flame annoying humans. I couldn't disagree, and on the subject of shiny things, the little Lego vehicle collection is slowly expanding. It's now being joined by 007, which, by the way, is bigger. Seriously. I'm not quite sure, I haven't checked too much if they're to scale, but it's bigger. Although this does have some fun things, so you can do that. and then you have a big gap there. Or you can do this, and then it looks weird. So I think it's supposed to be like that. Honestly, I think I need to find a piece, another piece. There wasn't any pieces left over, but I feel like I keep feeling like either that is a really big indictment of British car production, or there's a piece missing from that pack. So, battlecruisers. I did promise I'd spend the first few minutes answering questions about battlecruisers and sorting them out, so let's finish off saying hello. Hello. Ooh, why were the Russians and Americans at the same time pre-World War both looking at primarily torpedo main battery armament battery and battleship? Basically because, as I've said before, if you want to sink a ship, you let water in, not air. Currently, my fluffy research assistants are refusing to go out anywhere in the rain. I suggested the W word earlier, which normally causes a rousing rendition of bark, and they both hid. My goodness, the Iron had 2 battlecruisers and Medfleet at the start of World War I. They were just in the wrong place to catch her. They were... If I remember correctly, they were both down the Gibraltar end to cover the Atlantic, not to cover the Mediterranean. From memory. I could be wrong. My brain could be sufficiently fried. I have been recording and writing and spending a lot of time with the Russian and various other things recently. I've only started recording the Battlecruiser 60 seconds, 60-second videos yesterday. Mainly because I've written them all, but they're 60-second videos, so I don't need to spend a long time recording them. So my brain could be fried, but if I remember correctly, they weren't in the right place for that, and they weren't normally attached to the whereas the Goeben had been in the Mediterranean prior to the outbreak of war for a while. The British battlecruisers weren't normally attached to the Medfleet. The Medfleet had lost quite a lot of its normal status because of the formation of the Grand Fleet and the concentration on Germany. Seneca, do you have so many books about the Soviet Navy that you're now on a watch list? Probably on one from various navies, but we'll leave that to one side. Seneca, how would the modern US Coast Guard or Navy react if the 3 ships of Christopher Columbus turned up in the Caribbean? Probably a minor panic attack, and also, what kind of diseases are they carrying for them? Hello, Morgan. I'm not sure why it does that sometimes. Colin Cameron, good evening. I'm slightly worried as I left a 3D printer building HMS Warspite. I hope none of the Xmas ornaments get blown up before I get home. It's more the case of if you find it's decided to force its way out of the 3D printer and is now waging a one little ship war against, I don't know, the products of the 3D printer next door. Ooh. DB5, yes, Megasro. I need one of the t-shirts. They are a good t-shirt. Now I can even. I'm ready for Nightbot this week. Yeah, there does seem to be something interesting going on with the YouTube lives. I'm not quite sure what it is. Right. Iron Brew. And a little discussion of... This is the Bruships mug, isn't it? That's one says Bruships. Yes. A little discussion about the joy that is battlecruisers. So I sort of put this in a 60-second video, but I'm going to expand it a bit more. When you start talking about capital ships, especially in the 1920s and 30s, where they are upgrading existing ships rather than necessarily building new ones, it becomes interesting. Now, overall, capital ships, we could put the ideal, most battlecruiser, that is, 2 words, battlecruiser, on this end, and that would be basically very minimal armor, it's capital ship grade guns, or battleship grade guns, the biggest you can get, unified battery, maximum speed, able to go as fast as it can. Then you have battlecruiser one word. Now, these are battle cruisers which are designed to also take on other battle cruisers, as well as hunting down cruisers and all the armoured cruisers, light cruisers, and other surface raiders you could find in the world. And remember, battle cruisers are to an extent, the Invincibles are to an extent a cost-saving measure. They're basically to try and make the job easier for clearing the world of enemy cruisers, so that Jackie Fisher can justify getting rid of a lot of ships. To an extent, they're also to an extent a status symbol, i.e. Britain has the largest, biggest, best cruisers. And also because, honestly, what does the Royal Navy care more about? Economic warfare or winning battles? Well, winning battles, they already have the most battleships in the world by a large margin. They can afford to take a break on that. But cruisers are something they always have to concentrate on. Now, then along here you have the battleship. Along this spectrum you have the battleship. So we've got the battle cruiser, 2 words, the battle cruiser, 1 word, and then along here we have the battleship. Now the battleship will, if necessary, sacrifice speed for armour and firepower. It'll prefer to have a decent speed, because it doesn't want to be too slow, because then the enemy can get away from it and it becomes pointless. But it will have speed, and it will have armour and firepower as its primary tools. And then, if you want to go further than that, you have the coastal defence battleship, which will sacrifice everything for armour and firepower. Because its job is to basically sit in a bay and go, you want to get past me? You're going to be pounding for a while, and I'm going to take a lot of you with me. Now, in the 1930s, broadly speaking, but let's be honest, it starts in the 1920s, and has arguably sided back with Queen Elizabeth, you have the fast battleship emerge. Now, this is a ship which is still orientated to having the armour and firepower of a battleship, but it has more speed. So it's prepared to take a slight limitation in its armour, and possibly a slight limitation in its firepower, in order to have a better speed than a normal battleship would do. Alright? Now, the main difference between all these ships is not necessarily the armour thickness, it's the way they're designed inside. When I'm looking at a ship, where I decide where it falls on this whole spectrum is how it is divided up and down up inside. The more subdivided it is, the more divided it is, the closer it is sort of getting towards the battleship. The less internal structure it has, the larger the spaces, the more weight it saves internally to be more efficient space-wise internally, and give it range and speed and all those things, the closer it is to the cruiser end. So, me and Drac are friends. We are such good friends, we do build trumps together pretty much every week, along with Jamie from Armour Carriers. We agree on many things. If you ever listen to Build Trumps, this might disturb you, but we do. However, one of the things we disagree on is where the Congos end up. Because the Congos definitely come from Tiger, which is a battle cruiser, 1 word, if we're going to use that portion of spectrum, designed to kill other battle cruisers. So they're already on that bit. And I feel that after they've been fully upgraded, and all the stuff in the 1930s, and all the rebuilding internally, they shift along the line till they are closer to the point on line we call fast battleship than battle cruiser. Sort of closer to this point, which is the fast battleship, than this point, which is the battle cruiser. But they're still on that line. They are not at fast battleship, perfect design, and they're no longer at battle cruiser, perfect design. Now, I can understand, because of the way they're treated and named and called, why some, including Drac, put them still in the battlecruiser in the battlecruiser section. It's a perfectly valid point, because there isn't really a decent answer. There isn't a hard and fast answer. It's not an A plus B equals C equation. But I'm of the side that goes, they've edged over, and I think they're heading towards fast battleship. And that is also how the Japanese start to treat them, because when they're talking about them with their carriers especially, part of their role is the same reason why the Lexingtons have 8-inch guns. Although I've been getting into that as well today, and my broad-speaking argument for the 8-inch guns of Lexingtons is actually that makes sense under the London Treaty. It doesn't make sense under the Washington Treaty, because under the Washington Treaty you can build another cruiser. Under the London Treaty you can't. And having all the 8-inch guns and all that top weight, as well as all the ballast you need to put in the ship to balance that top weight, in the design is inefficient and makes it inelegant, and everyone can tell this from the base, just because of the way you're fitting them. If you wanted 8-inch guns, you could have fitted them lower down the ship in casemates if you really wanted, but no, you fitted them at the top. Well, for a similar reason, as the Americans fit those 8-inch guns, the Japanese are looking for an escort. And they're looking for specifically for making the ships able, those escorts, those large capital ship escorts, able to hold off enemy capital ships. Now that isn't a battlecruiser's definition. Battlecruisers are not supposed to hold off an enemy capital ship. An enemy capital ship, they are supposed to dodge around, use their speed, keep at range, bombard a fight, but they are not holding off. They're not going to be holding a line against it. They're not going to let it gain on them. That's in the territory of what a fast battleship does. And that's why I make the case, and I have my view on where they are. Okay? So that's that question, hopefully answered. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm supposed to be on a book by now. Yes, I am. It's Soviet Navy books. And I carefully left an even bigger gap between Soviet Navy books and the start of the Soviet Navy Strengths Liabilities by Watson and Watson. Yeah, that's supposed to be that. We make that. Ba-da-dum. Okay. Just sorting everything out on the timings. Oi, caramba. Right. Hello, Joss Funk. Hello, Baltic. I returned from history book fair in Wales today with 13 kilograms of books in my backship. Stalin's battleships and naval operations during France with War, Oswald League, amongst others. Ooh, Stalin's battleships. I have been looking for a copy of that. Enjoy. Is it? I doubt it's the English translation of it, though, which is what I've been having fun trying to find. Nathan, do you believe the idea that Hood exploded a second time? There's certainly the potential for secondary explosions, but I am not sure whether she exploded a second time or whether it's just the secondary explosions. I guess right. Why is it that when I'm designing a ship, does it always end up as a battlecruiser? Because it does represent a very good common point. It really does. Now, Let me just check which is the first book on. I know what I need to do. Don't take this the wrong way, but I'm going to open my book list. So I can keep track and make sure I go to the right books. I am opening up on this portion of my screen a book list. Because I've just realised I've got all the books spread in front of me. Which is lovely, but they're all spread in front of me. Strengths and Liabilities by Watson and Watson. Yeah, it's the expensive one. Oi, caramba. Oof. Right, move this to there. Organise this. Yeah, only a small pile of books. This is just the Soviet ones. Well, some of the Soviet ones. I think there's more Soviet ones around me at various points. Okay, so this one is this one. This is Watson and Watson. This is the Soviet Navy Strengths and Liabilities. And this is possibly one of the best books you can buy, but it's expensive. It is a Rutledge book. That's what that R means. And that means they're expensive. So I will answer the questions and then we'll get into this one. Mudguy, when did the US find out about the N-freeze and G-freeze? Fairly early on. They knew what the British were doing. They knew the British were building these ships. I'm not sure about T-80 freeze for Canada, Stafford. It would seem sensible, but I doubt they're going to. That's right. Weren't those old ships going to be junked anyway? Yeah, but there's a difference between we'd like to junk them and we can actually junk them because of the various politics going on. That guy didn't know. Did at least one battlecruiser always get sunk when they got into a fight with enemy battleships? Not always. They sometimes managed to get away. Probably more Type 26s, though, as Wayne is right for Stafford. Seneca, the Congos are exactly on the line between battlecruiser and fast battleships. Good position to put. The Japanese class them as a battleship, will consider them as a battleship. Listen, Denmark Strait is a very tragic example of your point. Yeah. You always run behind schedule. How long live? I think I've scheduled it for about 4.5 hours. That's what I've put as my rough figure today. Rutledge is a very good press, as Chris Master said. They are very good, but this book, if I look it up now, how much did it cost? But I didn't even... Yeah, this was the paperback version for this currently has been reduced, which is good. Which is when this one has been reduced. It's down to £37. It's not the most expensive book I've had to buy recently, but do not look up the hard copy, and because you'll be very, very upset. But this was produced in 2022. Well, the paperback was August 20. It was. Or did I buy it? No, it's come out in 2022. I think the paperback version. And it's got sections in here written by some very, very good authors. Peter Tesauros, Tobias R. Fillan, Christine E. Miller, Robert G. Papp, Michael O'Hara, Robert E. McCown, David Robinson, Paul Price, Paul Pierce, Mark A. Carola, J.P. Harries, Curtis W. Good, George Stewart, Linda Toyer, Kenneth Versky, Gail Donlan Tunnelton, Lawrence P. Larson, Scott L. Nicholas, John P. Harries, Stephen T. Westhoff, Richard Fisher, Callan D. F. Carnes, Michael A. Schlur, Keith Allen, Robert Doy, Wyam, Michael Herstrick, Francis Wright Normanton, Keith Allen, Jerry S. Thomas, Mark A. Carolina, Kenneth Valesco, Brian Larson, again. Some have written multiple chapters in here. And of course, stuff by Bruce Watson and Susan M. Watson, who are the editors. Now, why is this a good book to have? Well, let's start off with Soviet naval tradition, shall we? Let's start off with this section. In 1941, the Red Banner, Baltic Fleet, appeared to be the Goliath of the Baltic. Soviet sources cite the existence of 2 battleships, 2 heavy cruisers, 23 destroyers, 65 submarines, 48 torpedo boats, 39 mine warfare craft, and 656 naval aircraft. As in World War I, German naval strategy was to be defensive in the Baltic, while directing the main effort against the Western Allies. Hitler had greatly overrated the effectiveness of the Red Navy and closed the Baltic to German traffic until the fall of Leningrad sealed the fate of the Baltic fleet. In the face of Soviet timidity during the first months of the war, Germany's economy of force and naval resources enabled it to take the initiative. The Germans had 5 submarines, 28 torpedo boats, and 89 mine warfare craft. No, 80 mine warfare craft. The Luftwaffe provided air support on a low-priority basis. This tiny force was able to blunt whatever offensive intentions the Red Navy had, and kept it on the defensive along its own coast. The first weeks of the war, Soviet losses were exceptionally severe. 27 submarines had been lost by the end of 1941, and it cost the Germans of 1 submarine and 1 steamer. 2 more German steamers had been destroyed by mines. This integration of Soviet resistance along the Baltic coast allowed Germany's army and naval forces to overrun most of the Red Navy's new bases. Surviving units of the Baltic Fleet concentrated at Raval, that's Tallinn, along with a large number of transports, and when that city fell to the German army, over 200 Soviet ships attempted to evacuate to Leningrad. They promptly encountered Finnish and German minefields and were attacked by the Luftwaffe. Over 50 ships were sunk or captured, and 10,000 lives lost in this mine battle of the Raval. In cooperation with the excellent little Finnish navy, the Germans were able to blockade the remnants of the Red Banner Baltic fleet in the ports of Kronstadt and Leningrad until 1944. Determined Soviet submarine sorties through the German minefields in 1942 resulted in heavy Soviet losses, and the survivors sank few ships in the Baltic. Even this offensive action caused east when the Germans closed the Gulf of Finland with a mined steel net barrier. The remaining strength of the Soviet fleet fed the defences of Leningrad with priceless heavy guns and infantry. Over 83,000 officers and men fought as ground troops, leaving the ships with a third of their crews to operate the gun batteries. Unfortunately, this was the greatest service the fleet performed during the war. As at Sevastopol and Port Arthur, the Navy was again fulfilling an army mission after having failed its own. This phenomenon was not normal for the Red Navy during World War II. Gorshkov says 400,000 Red Navy personnel were committed to land fronts. 7 in naval infantry brigades even fought in the defence of Moscow. Only 100,000 men remained in the fleets and flotillas and participated in defence of naval bases and amphibious operations. It would be difficult to imagine a more ghastly mission of the general failure of the Red Navy. The retreat of the German army in 1944 released the Baltic fleet from its prison pen and offered it a splendid opportunity to overwhelm the withdrawing German navy and to trap large German ground forces against the Baltic coast. The Soviets were now in a position to duplicate the German race along the Baltic coast in 1941. They are faced with a collapsing enemy, land front that would make it possible for a naval offensive to roll up the exposed sea flank, but the Soviets failed to take true advantage of this priceless opportunity. Ouch. Initiative among Soviet commanders appeared to be so constrained that days passed between the observation of an opportunity and the permission to act. Apparently, decisions were passed at the highest levels with the inevitable delays. There were instances of Soviet naval aviation forces being based only miles from German evacuation points and failing to attack. Upon discovering a situation not in their instructions, the Soviets' reaction invariably was to take no action. The Germans were repeatedly amazed at the Soviets' inability to seize their fleeting golden opportunities, and German accounts frequently betray a sense of professional embarrassment for the Soviets. Soviet naval aviation played the main part in the pursuit of the German Navy, inflicting the loss of 27 mostly small warships and 41 transports, 134,000 tons. Submarines and torpedo boats were the only other forces committed to action. Even so, the Soviets admit that their submarines fired only 152 torpedoes in action from January to May 1945, and their torpedo boats only 55 from mid-February to May. None of these forces were able to disrupt the German naval evacuation of millions of troops and refugees out of encircled coastal enclaves from Kurland in West Latvia to Pomerania. The Baltic fleet either did not oppose the evacuations or did so in such a diffident and uncoordinated manner that the Germans were able to fight them off. At the same time, German naval gunfire provided vital support in keeping the Red Army at bay, while evacuation operations were underway. What should have been a savage, relentless pursuit was instead an unparalleled account of dullness and lethargy. The performance of the Black Sea Fleet was considerably better, but it also maintained a coastal defence mentality from which it cannot be coaxed. Its strength at the beginning of the war had been 1 battleship, 5 cruisers, 16 destroyers, 47 submarines, a significant number of torpedo boats and other small craft, and 626 aircraft. The Germans had originally planned no naval attack in the Black Sea and had had no force available. It was later concluded that naval forces were necessary to protect and logistically support the German army's sea flank, because shipping could only be brought in by river or rail. Germany's heaviest warships never exceeded 250-ton submarines, although a considerable number of small ships were brought in or built in captured Soviet yards. The imbalance in strength was obviously greater than in the Baltic. Unlike the Baltic, Germany's Black Sea operations were largely defensive throughout the war. The support and later evacuation of Odessa was unquestionably the finest achievement of the Russian Black Sea Fleet, but it occurred before German naval forces were even operating in the Black Sea. Captain First Rank Sergei Gorshkov commanded the skillful amphibious operation that landed 2,000 naval infantrymen behind the lines of the Romanian army besieging Odessa, dislocating the entire effort. When a decision was made to abandon the city, the fleet conducted a model, albeit unopposed, evacuation. The Black Sea Fleet was also quite active in supporting its chief naval base at Sevastopol. The garrison was effectively resupplied and reinforced by sea, and the cruisers and destroyers provided much-needed heavy artillery support. At least 20,000 men in 3 naval brigades and 2 naval infantry regiments formed a significant part of the garrison. Eventually, heavy Luftwaffe attacks forced these ships to abandon their stations, with the loss of several destroyers and transports. It was only in the last few weeks of the siege that the Germans and Italian torpedo boats and submarines were able to reach the battle, and Soviet resupply capability was then restricted to submarines and torpedo boats. The fleet was unable to evacuate the garrison as it had at Odessa, and the city fell with a loss of at least 130,000 men. Despite a heroic defence, the embarrassing loss of one of the Soviet Union's 2 major naval bases for the second time in 100 years is glossed over by Gorshkov. Although the city actually fell by storm, Gorshkov prefers to refer to it as its abandonment, as if its loss had resulted from the same conscious strategic decision that had been made about the orderly evacuation of Odessa. It's a worthwhile book, but it's a full academic book. Please note that. So it's made up of different chapters on different topics. It's different authors the whole way through. You might like some authors' styles, you might not like others. It's got very high-level referencing, and it's an in-depth study. It's a great basis, and you are going to be hearing lots of information from this book and others over the coming weeks in the videos I'm doing on the Soviet Navy. Hello, RG. You can always hope, Stafford Thompson. Major Dostal. Did the US build the articles similar as the Congos, fast escorts? Certainly is there in the mix of roles for those cruisers, but they have many roles. I would argue they are to an extent, whilst they're not battle cruisers, they are to an extent, in terms of role inheritance, they are inheritors of the roles which have been perceived for the Lexington class battle cruisers. Malcolm Mackenzie, $160 for hardcover. I assume there will be a second edition of Lessons Learned in Ukraine, even though the book ends in 1980. That probably is going to depend on war studies rather than historians. Take care, Amelia Barrow. Good luck. Morg Mackenzie, sounds much like the RN in 1800s when creativity and initiative were discovered in captains before BT. Hello Shumi. Yeah, there's often issues with various captains. At various points you have navies get very picky over who gets to decide what. At various points they get picky. They really do. I have a few interesting books around me at the moment, I have to admit. So, Sergei Gorshkov. It seemed important, and I thought I was going to do the excerpt which talks about him, to then go to his book. Now, Sea Power of the State. There are many missions which come up. The Soviet Navy is something, and the Russian Navy as a whole, as a history, is something which gets built up because people realize having a navy is a useful thing, and then it suffers because there is a difference between having a navy and being able to use a navy. Sorry. That probably sounds strange. If you have a navy, surely you can use a navy. No, because using a navy requires exercising trust. Even to this day, you have to trust the people below you to make decisions. You will never get enough information. You will never get enough data to be able to make a decision in a timely manner for them back where you are. And this is a problem, especially for certain governments around the world. Not just, by the way, authoritarian regimes. You can be honest, and we can say that there are many non-authoritarian regimes, i.e. the French, for example, which have... Sorry, just got an update that something had finally uploaded. The French government have a lot of trouble with trusting that their navy is doing the right thing. Remember, this is the same government that is so distrustful of their army that they don't want to give them radios. Well, let's be honest, a navy carries a lot more firepower than an army does. It really does. And therefore, navies only really work when you trust the people you put in charge of them and when you let them work. Why? Because A, it's the distance thing, but B, it's also because the sea is different. You see, on land, if I want to go from point A to point B, worst comes to worst, I can probably walk there, and I will get there. And while walking there, barring very strange circumstances, it's unlikely for the ground to be actively trying to oppose me moving there. And whilst the wind can be annoying, I've got enough friction between me and the ground most of the time that the wind is not going to affect my movement. However, if I'm a ship, currents, wind, will all affect my ability to get from A to B. Then you add the thing on that I am not, when I'm walking, going to moving on a surface which might conceal threats, which I can't see, but even though they're just lumps of rock, could actually kill me. That I have to ignore and avoid. Oh, and then you add on the fact that these currents and these winds can change. So, if I am a central strategic command, especially in a government which wants to maintain tight control of the military, I might go, move from A to B. And a few hours later I find that the ship isn't at B. It's aiming for B, but it's actually at C because of the effect of... if I don't understand, and I don't really acknowledge the fact that the wind, the current, all these things are factors, then... well, what are my options? Do I believe that this officer tried their best to get to B? Or do I believe they're traitorous scum who are going to undermine my government? In which case, depending on whether I'm an authoritarian regime or a non-authoritarian regime, I might have them shot, or I might have them removed from post. This tends to stifle leadership. It's interesting to note that at the same point the Royal Navy is increasingly used by the British government as its proxy for going around the world is the same point at which the Royal Navy starts to get far more stifled. Because for a while, it's very scary trusting captains, etc., with the traditional diplomacy they've always done. They've always had to do by the nature of their job. And admirals on stations are basically filling in the role for the senior diplomats on station. But after a while, the system changes. And it's another factor that happens in sort of the 1880s, 1890s, which helps the Royal Navy get back to what it was, to an extent. Because the Royal Navy starts to change. You remember when I talked about the China station? The Royal Navy, there is also a senior diplomat on station, who basically is Britain's senior ambassador in the area. And they also are able to go to the Viceroy in India for a more quick response if they need one as well. Now, admittedly, once you have telegram and radio links, all these things back to UK, you can get that roll back from the UK. You can get decisions made in the UK, but still, there is an understanding that these things are to an extent run through the Viceroy of India, who acts as the senior British government representative in the whole sort of east of Suez region. Listeners, what examples are there of navies leading coups? Well, I would point out that Romania ends up with a monarchy which is ruled by an admiral who's the regent, but we'll leave that to one side. And you have to remember the most scary force in the best army the whites put together in the Russian Civil War was led by an admiral. And then there's the whole Alexander Cochrane stuff. And that's before we get on to some of the more interesting things about the various revolutions. Now, 1964, the same Navy that is so distrustful of their people they have damage control equipment under lock and key while at sea in a war zone and only a single person has the key? Listen, what's the plan for 5 Soviet Soyuz to be in a Pacific, Baltic and Black Sea fleet? I haven't answered the question yet. I haven't answered the question because there's a book coming up which will discuss that topic, so I'm ignoring the question until we get to that book. And Roger the Scrubber, Romanus I Lacomanus, Byzantine admiral, became emperor. Sure, Mac, when perfection is expected, then no one leaves the book, no matter how little sense it makes, because their only offence is what is in the book. Nothing else flies except strict orthodoxy. True. History Mac, I do love that Royal Fast had Royal Marines on board to protect the officers and the crew's community. That's... honestly, to be honest, the more recent mutinies, the Royal Marines have been part of it. So that's a tradition. That's sort of dates back to the Nor mutinies, the idea. But actually the Royal Marines were aboard to man one of the guns and provide landing parties primarily. Because, let's be honest, sailors might think they're good at landing parties, but they really are not. Hello, Roger Throbber. And yeah, there's a whole thing with that one. So, analysis of the data published in the foreign press reveals the following tendencies in the development of the world transport fleet in the near future. The dry cargo fleet will continue to be rapidly replenished of large, fast container ships without their own loading facilities for working on lines with stable cargo flows, and also with smaller and slower container carriers with loading cranes for delivering containers to unequipped ports. Third generation container carriers with a carrying capacity of up to 40,000 tons, taking 2,000 or more 20-foot long containers, will come into wider use. Further, increase in container carriers will be limited not so much by the technical possibilities as by the business outlook and the size of canals and locks. For work on short lines, linking areas with a development network of motorways, the trailer ships will be built with horizontal means of loading and discharging, so-called roll-on roll-off ships. To ensure non-transfer shipments between sea and river port barges, barge carriers will be built. They apparently will be widely used for purely maritime shipments as a means of shortening idle time. A boundary variant of such ships may turn out to be the modular ships with an entirely detachable, interchangeable cargo part. The building of universal dry cargo ships will fall off, but will increase for specialised ships adapted for shipping strictly defined types of cargo. The number of merchant ships built and adapted for sailing in icy conditions and of icebreakers will increase. The building of fast passenger ships and also relatively low speed ships for long cruises is increasing. It may be supposed that the new transport vessels will possess the following characteristic features. The speed of ships of a number of categories will substantially rise. The first to rise and probably in the near future exceed 30 knots will be large container and trailer ships, barge carriers and other vessels with reduced time of loading operations. It's planned to achieve the rise in speed in the main by using more powerful equipment. The use of the hydrofoil principle, which ensures a speed of 40 to 50 knots, will be limited to passenger ships with displacement of not more than 1,000 tons, since further increase in displacement of such ships is economically disadvantageous and technically complicated. More promising for the building of large, fast merchant vessels is the principle of movement on an air cushion, the efficiency of which rises with increase in the size of the ship. Displacement of ships on an air cushion will be determined by the possibilities of producing high-output power systems. The size of ships for transporting mass cargoes will increase, and the tonnage of the ships for transport of bulk cargoes will exceed 250,000 registered tons. In connection to the rise in speed and size of ships, and hence of their power, gas turbine steam equipment will come into wider use, and later economical atomic power plants. On ships with a lower power of the main engines, light diesels and diesel reducing systems will be widely employed. The comprehensive automation of ship technical systems will gain more ground, so helping to reduce crew size sharply and improve the economical use of equipment. The continuous increase in the volume of oil and oil product shipments in 1976, it will possibly exceed 2,400 million tons, will mean a bigger world tanker fleet. One of the most important tendencies in development of the bulk oil fleet is an increase in tankers. The carrying capacity of the biggest tankers already reaches 500,000 registered tons. The problem of building a tanker with deadweight of 1 million tons is under study. From the forecasts of the Japan Steel and Tube Company, the average carrying capacity of commissioned tankers will be 190,000 tons, and a third of the tankers in service will have a carrying capacity of over 100,000 tons in 1981. Further growth of the tonnage of tankers is held back by the depth and conditions of passage of canals and straits. The number of ports capable of receiving large tonnage tankers is increasing from year to year. Sea Power of the State. It's an interesting book. But, and I say this politely about it, there are some things it gets wrong. There are some things it gets right. what it mostly gets wrong in overestimating the desire of nuclear power, but what it gets right is it really does show you, to an extent, the Soviet hand without showing the Soviet hand. Because remember, this is written to be published in English. Okay? This is not a secret book. This is a book Gorshkov writes, and with full permission of the Soviet state, it is published the world over to show the quality of their thinking, but not necessarily to show all their thinking. And it's a version of the work which goes around internally. It's a version. And there is an awful lot of stuff about economic capabilities and economic use of the state in there. And economic use of the sea, in terms of sea power of the state. For someone who doesn't profess to have a specific chapter in there about surface raiding. You've correctly allocated and spotted all your targets all around the world. Not just the ones within range of aircraft or the ones within range of submarines. You're talking about every potential target around the world. Vanguard, I was right that they manned the guns landing party. People at Belfast said that the Royal Marines were used for mutiny protection. Well, you know, I suppose there's a theory they will, but have a look where the Marines are barracked, have a look at where the officers are barracked, and have a look where the crew are barracked, and have a look where the guns are locked up. You'll find there's a very interesting problem going on there if the Marines are supposed to be there for mutiny protection. How long is your book list? Let's see. We have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 books to go through today, and so far we have done 2. Battle in the Baltic. The Royal Navy and the Fight to Save Estonia and Latvia, 1918 to 1920, by Steve R. Dunn. Now, this is a brand new book. And when I say brand new, I mean 2020. But it is brand new as far as I'm concerned, because I've been sent this as paperback, and I think the paperbacks are new. It is a Seaforth book, and it is well worth a read. It's got beautiful pictures. Absolutely gorgeous pictures. It's a typical Steve work in that it's very well written, it's very well researched, and it's about providing you with a lot of information. Hi, Dope Squad. Wayne's World of Science and Technology. Any books by Soviet defectors? Not by Soviet defectors, but lots of them by some interesting people coming up. Mark Harkness, we're seriously thinking about sea power. Try and guess what we're thinking. It's actually a fair strategy for tangling your opponent's resources. So, on the offensive, Gulf of Finland, May 1919. After the initial success of the General Lendler in driving the Russians out of Estonia, things went less well. In the second half of February 1919, the Red Army started a new offensive to recapture the country. To this end, the communists established what was referred to as the New Estonian Red Army. It comprised more than 80,000 conscript, but it was not so much an army as a levée en masse. Once again, Narva came under attack from the east and was heavily bombarded, leaving 2,000 people homeless. But it was not taken. The Estonian 1st Division and their allied White Russian Northern Corps repelled the 7th Red Army's attacks, and the bulk of the Bolshevik gained to around the southern border, where they made significant progress during early March. A reinforced Estonian in the 2nd Division counterattacked, and by the end of the month, the Estonian Red Army was pushed back to the Obtrok River. Vascoen arrived in Revel to find the Estonians pressed not just militarily, but also politically, the latter because of a Hungarian offer to mediate between them and the Bolsheviks. The American diplomats observing the situation certainly thought so. On the 4th of May, the U.S. Charge d'Affaires in Copenhagen, Ulysses S. Grant Smith, I can't think which family he came from. Does anyone want to postulate? Wrote to Assistant Secretary of State Polk that Estonian situation requires immediate affirmative action by Allies and America. Unless Gum receives prompt help, peace with Bolsheviks likely. Estonia will be then gradually or quickly, but inevitably succumb completely to Bolshevism. He further pressed on the American Relief Administration, the ARA, and its head, Herbert Hoover, that starvation was a very real threat in both Latvia and Estonia, and could be a cause of the Bolshevik victory. Hoover did not let his diplomat down. From America's vast riches, food could be spared. On 11 May, Hoover telegraphed, "Your recommendations adopted and steamer Dancy, loaded with 2,000 tons of foodstuffs, which we advance on credit. As substantial evidence our great sympathy, Estonia people will arrive Revel Monday the 12th. Please see that this information properly disseminated. Colonel John Groom leaving Rotterdam Tuesday via boat for Libau with a relief mission and will have charge our work in Estonia. Letland, that's Latvia, and Lithuania, reporting directly to me. He will be followed by 2 more relief ships." Now, Turan, do you view the 1930s Soviet naval rearmament program as overly optimistic? Yes. There again, everyone's rearmament program is overly optimistic. I mean, the British, if Henderson hadn't spent, I think it's somewhere about £10 million, and this is in 1930s money, £10 million, because imagine what is today. Going around various shipyards, investing in 1935-36. There is no way Britain would have been able to do what it did in World War II. Basically, Henderson spent most of 1933 to 1936 going and putting money into rebuilding infrastructure so he could actually start to build the fleet he needed for World War II. No one else is doing the similar thing. The Americans start to do it in about 1937, and of course they don't really need to ramp up for war under war conditions until you could say late 1940, early 1941, when they starting putting out the war level orders. So they've had those years to do it under peacetime. French, Germans, Russians, never get to it. The Americans would not fight, but they were prepared to provide humanitarian assistance. Meanwhile, on Callan's arrival, Nupfer and the local commander urged him to support the transfer of General Yurinich and his White Russian forces from Finland to Estonia to lead an offensive towards Petrograd. However, Cohen may have been aware that the Estonians would not welcome Yurinich, as they realized his overall objective was to recreate Great Russia, with Estonia as a subservient part of it. The majority of the newly elected Finnish parliament was also against any participation in any offensive against Petrograd. but Cohen's first instinct was always to attack. Consequently, on the 1st of May, he attempted to start operations against the Baltic Navy, taking 2 cruisers with 4 destroyers to counter a rumoured landing operation east of Naval. Finding no Russian forces there, he continued to Hogland Island, halfway to Kronstadt. But no enemy did he find there here either. In his report to the Admiralty, however, he underlined his position that the situation in both Libau and the Gulf of Finland forced him to remain in the Baltic for the foreseeable future. On the 7th of May, Cohen transferred his flag to HMS Curacao, a half-sister to Caledon, now due for relief and return to Britain. Curacao was a veteran of the Harwich Force and had been Commodore Reginald Blackjack Turret's flagship in that body. She now came under the command of Captain Geoffrey Mackworth, who had become Cohen's flag captain in the Caledon in March. He followed his admiral to Curacao as flag captain. 2 days later, Cohen sailed Curacao to Helsingfors to visit the British minister Sir Coleridge Arthur Fitzroy Kennard. BT, that's Baron, and to pay his respects to the regent of Finland, Baron Carl Gustaf Emil Mannerheim. A remarkable character, Mannerheim, an ex-general in the Tsarist army, had led the White Finnish forces against the Bolshevik Red Finns in the Finnish Civil War. In this endeavour, he had received much support from the von der Koltz and his Germans. Mannerheim had then led the Finnish forces in Estonia, assisting Landner to drive out the Red Army in January and February. Cowen was much impressed by the regent, noting that he was the handsomest foreigner I have ever met. Okay. Well, you know, it happens. I'm sorry, I can understand why they'd write such things in their letters going backwards and forwards to describe things, but there is still part of me which is looking at this going, you are talking about people who are a couple of generations away from my grandfather, at best. And I could never imagine him writing that about anyone. He might say they're a very nice gentleman, but handsomest fellow he ever met? No, that just wouldn't come out. There again, to be fair, as my great-aunt used to complain when he was dating my grandmother, the most she ever got out of him, because she was away at the time, was a very kind lady. So maybe it was more my grandfather had an inability to understand that he was supposed to comment on those things. It was Cohen talking about the regent of Finland, or the, well, not regent of Finland, the person running Finland at the time. Hope you had a nice lunch, Rapper back. No worry. Nice, sir. Frankly, should have started in 1932. Well, Henderson only got post in 1933, so he couldn't start before then. Yes, the Royal Navy should probably have started back in 1930 doing it all and all those things, but, you know, there's a limit. Radziemski, this mirrors the post-World War I situation in newly independent Poland. The Hoover government sent lots of food aid to prevent... Hoover sent lots of food aid to prevent mass starvation. Many books with signatures from Polish citizens are in the Congress Library. Now, on speaking in Polish, you'll like the short that's going to come out tomorrow. It's the Battle of Olawa, which happened in 1627. I got a few minutes before the next book. I'm slightly ahead of schedule, but the next book will be this one. Bada-bing. Hi, Jack Ray. Basically, there are some historians who are very good at providing history. Some historians who are very good at providing a story for you to read. Some historians who do manage to accomplish both. They are rarer. Steve is one of them, and this is a very good read. I've had it for most of the last week, and it's probably the cause of about, I'd say, Down to this level in the dark lines under my eyes. These are sort of this level down below is probably other books, but this level down to here, about here, yeah, it's definitely caused by this book because I've been up reading it instead of doing what sensible people do in the middle of the night. We have a schedule of 18 books today. Broadly speaking, I think some reason a fair number of books. Let's see. 5, 6. Oh no, that's 3. That's 6. That's 9. It's 12. I may get 14 books. Monday, 16, 40. I think it's 14 books. Ba-da-da-dum. Right on. Let me just do this sort of quick check. Da-da-da-da. There you go, that's true. When you're Darshowski, when you inevitably visit ORP Blazanka, you'll be able to see the cannons from a sunken Swedish ship that took part in the battle. I will look forward to it. I will actually do more on the battle at some point someday, but I've just done a 60-second video on it for today because honestly, the plan I had to do more involved the book having to arrive, and the book hasn't arrived, so I turned it into a 60-second video instead, which basically goes, on this day the battle happened, and it was the biggest victory for the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth Navy in its history. It was also the biggest battle they ever fought. And a few facts about it. Dean Richards, do people send you books to review, or do you buy them? I buy a lot of books. I get some books sent to me to review. I have the policy that I will only ever on air discuss books I like, books I don't like, and books which I think are bad. I will talk about to other people in private, but my view is no one has really a right for reply. If you write a review in a journal and it's not good, they automatically have a right for reply. On here, people do not have the right to reply. So if I don't like a book, it's unfair. It's me using basically a cannon to blast them, and I don't do that. So you will only ever see the books behind me. I'm very careful. The ones which you can see behind me are books I like, and the books which I talk about will always be the ones I like. So which is why my reviews are always positive on here, and people go, oh, you never don't like any book. Well, that's because you won't ever see the book I don't like. It will never come up. So it seems people send Alex dollars to buy Rotebook's review. Yes. Basically, thanks to the lovely, kind people, and some people do actually loan me their books. For example, New IKB 4472 has loaned me some books to read, some Steam Train books, and I will do review those at some point. And at some point, I will get them back to him. But yes, thanks to the very nice people at Patreon and the very nice people who do super chats here, and people who are subscribers on the people who are subscribers. Well, thanks to advertising and the advertising revenue for YouTube. That's how I buy a lot of the books, because I seriously have a very expensive book habit. If you haven't guessed from the fact I'm always pictured surrounded by books. Poland's always interested me, but I've never found a good book, general book on 20th century Polish military history. Currently, I'm trying to find a decent one on their 17th century naval history, let alone a decent one on their modern stuff. Finding decent books on the Polish military history and Polish history in English is very, very difficult. And my Polish is not as strong as it as it once was a long time ago. It was stronger a while back. My sister was, I wouldn't say dating, but let's put it this way: they were slightly more than best friends. A very nice Polish gentleman. He taught me a few bits of Polish. But no. Alright. So, Russian battleships and cruisers of the Russo-Japanese War by Mark Lardas. Illustrated by Paul Wright. Now, this is what you'd expect of Osprey. It's a very nice workman-like book. It's got all the details in you want of the ship. So, if you are looking for something which is well illustrated, quick guide to the Russian Navy that fights in the Russo-Japanese War, you could not pick up anything better. Thank you, DH89. Now, torpedo room. Both Russian and Japanese battleships and armor cruisers of the Russo-Japanese War carried torpedo tubes. They were always fixed in the hull and always single mounts. The ship had to be aimed when firing a torpedo. This meant the broadside torpedoes were always launched perpendicular to the direction the ship was travelling. While the single torpedo tube mounted in the bow or stern, when carried, was always mounted above a ship's waterline, some broadside torpedoes were mounted in tubes that opened below the waterline. This avoided the shock of a torpedo hitting the water when launched from a deck-mounted tube, theoretically improving the accuracy and increasing the minuscule chance a single torpedo might actually hit a target. This plate shows the torpedo room, in which a broadside below water torpedo tube is mounted. A team of sailors is loading a torpedo into the single tube. At this point, the outer door on the torpedo tube is closed. Once the torpedo is slid into the tube and the outer door is sealed, the inner door is sealed, the outer door is opened, and the torpedo launched. In 1904, the standard Russian torpedo was 15 inches in diameter, and powered by compressed air that ran through a turbine that moved the propeller. It had a warhead of around 200 pounds. This was enough to punch a hole in any ship, but while a single hit would be disabling, it's unlikely to sink either a battleship or an armoured cruiser. Torpedoes are also short-range weapons. In 1905, Russian torpedoes could travel only 1,000 yards. Admirals preferred that their expensive battleships fight at ranges where fire from smaller ships could not reach the battleships. Since battleships exchange fires at ranges typically between 5,000 and 12,000 yards during the Russo-Japanese War, opportunities for battleships to fire torpedoes were rare. Yeah. At a certain point, you start to ask, if you're not going to fight within range of it actually being a viable weapon, why are you carrying it? We carry it because we might need to make a point if we're sinking. If you're sinking, you're not going to be able to aim something which is below the waterline. It's going to go down into the water instead of up. This is the Novik. Best known for its attempt to reach Vladivostok after the Battle of the Yellow Sea. Arriving at German-held Tsingtao the night of the battle, the crew loaded the bunkers with coal during the remainder of the night, and Novik steamed out of Tsingtao at dawn, well before the time limit permitted for warships to remain in neutral harbour port, and before the Japanese could react to the cruiser's presence in the harbour. Unfortunately, its boilers and engines were poorly maintained once the war started. As a result, Novik consumed coal at massive rates. Running low, Novik was forced to make a refuelling stop for coal at the then Russian-held Sakhalin Island to reach Vladivostok. Since the ship's arrival was unexpected, coaling took a long time. Novik had just finished loading the last of the coal and was raising steam to leave harbour when two much larger Russian-Japanese cruisers reached Novik's refuge. Novik tried running, but was forced to back into port, where its crew scuttled it to prevent its capture. Japanese captured the part of Sakhalin Island where Novik had been scuttled at the war's end. Impressed by the ship's poor performance, Japan salvaged Novik, commissioning it as Soyuz. The replacement machinery dropped its top speed significantly, however, and wireless made its function as a dispatch vessel obsolete. Despite the small, slow cruiser was valueless, Japan scrapped it in 1913. Thank you, Jack Ray. And Dr. Clark, you need to get publishers to send you textbooks to review for inclusion in courses. Honestly, for most of the subjects I teach and the courses I teach, there are no textbooks. This is the thing that I always find interesting, because there are two options. As an academic, you can set a course which is entirely written around a book you've published, and your book therefore becomes a textbook. Or you are honest about it and you just go, look, these are all the books which are relevant to the reading list. But there are really no real textbooks in the topics I teach. History of engineering is a good example of this. There is nothing in that. Absolutely not a jot. Mostly copacetic, Richards. Mostly copacetic. Okay. Dear Book. Speaking of sending books, can I send you ebook copies of my Republic text novels? Not necessarily for review, but just because I think you'd find them interesting. Discord is probably best. The link down below to Discord server. And if you want to, I'll share them with Glyn Stewart as well. He's always enjoying books, especially on those sort of things. He doesn't get a chance much to read many other people's books, but he likes to read them when he gets a chance. Hence my torpedo battleship main armament question. Why would the Russians and American contemplate that between Tsushima and World War I? Because not everyone's that smart. And because torpedoes were getting sort of longer ranged. And again, if you could fire enough of them, you can make a lot of holes, theoretically, in the bottom of something, which would make it sink. That's the point. You want to make it sink. So, holes in the bottom. Okay, everyone, I want you to... this is a standard question. The McFlurry machine is down at McDonald's again. How often does that happen? I know there's an economics and I know there's a reason behind it, but oh my lord. As always, the McFlurry machine is down. It's just... no. I do not know. I really don't know. Definitely a first world problem, everyone. Definitely. Please note, I'm not... It's not something I'm going to massively complain about or anything like that. But, yeah. It's a case of... Nah, yep. Yes, we all despise the thing. A long time ago, I don't think I got paid for it, but I spent a day in helping out at McDonald's once, helping out a friend and working in McDonald's for a day. And they're short staffed. I got vouchers or something. I can't remember the exact criteria for it. I just remember it years ago. This was when I was a teenager, and yeah, the thing was absolutely a nightmare. Right. Yeah, it means no milkshake, Stafford. Daniel McCall, my local doesn't even have a McFlurry machine anymore because it's constantly broken. Is it because it's constantly broken, or is it because the manager got so fed up with constantly broken that they launched it out the window? And look, had two professors that had written the text the class was assigned. One taught it as if it was gospel, awful, and second actually had ongoing conversation with the class. Yeah, as a rule, I do not. That's not my way to do that. I don't think I would ever like to do that for a class, because I'll be worried every time there's a spelling mistake or anything in there. Imagine it. Imagine if you've literally written the textbook and then you try and teach it like gospel, and there are mistakes in it. And this is especially true in international relations, where things change. I'm Dr. Clock. I'm reading my Harry Potter with my daughter, which has prompted a question. What is your opinion of professors who pack the course reading with their own books? I usually have the reading list. I have recommended reading list. And then I ask any of the academics who are involved, this includes myself, who have done books or articles which are relevant to the topics being covered, to send them in, and I go, then I put them under the list of instructors. I usually use various instructors publications which may be of relevance, and I have it classified as that. So they're not recommended reading, they're not recommended purchases. I never put recommended purchases. I do try and say sometimes what the core text is. I might list something as a core text, but then if I'm listing as a core text, it means I've gone and had a conversation with the librarian, and I've managed to make sure there's like a damn a frigating lot of copies sitting in the library or accessible. There's the E version is accessible in the library. Then I'll make it a core text. And as I said, any things written by me and other people who are instructing on the course will be instructors' publications which may be of relevance. It's something for them. These days I get quite a lot of students when I'm doing their topics, if they will search the YouTube channel. And if they find something which has that, they will go and watch it. And then they'll go and look at the books which are listed in it. But no, it's not my style. I know some academics who do, and I can understand. It's going to sound strange. There's not a hard and fast rule on it, because there are some topics which are so niche, so minute, that there's only going to be a couple of authors who actually have written decent, comprehensive books in that field, and that's probably going to be the people who are instructing in that field. So I can understand people who do go down that route. Luckily, I haven't been in that situation yet. If I ever am in that situation, I'm going to have to think it through and adapt it, and probably ring up Drac and Jamie and get them to write some books for it. Jack Wright, thank you. I will put it to good use. Usually I watch the next day, but I'm getting more and more wrapped up into live events. Oh, thank you, Morgan. Those machines are specifically designed to obfuscate the errors they have and drive service call revenue to the machine's maker, since they are in bed with McDonald's. Yeah, and it's the franchise which suffers. Alright, don't mind me on that. I'm worrying about a lot of packages coming with computer parts in them. I've got a package with computer parts due to me, but it hasn't arrived yet. That's good. In real life in the UK and EU, it's much better than US and Canada because E rules means the ring fencing of a single firm being allowed to repair it isn't allowed. And the UK has some similar rules still at the moment. Thank you. Just tried to access the Discord, but I got a link invalid error. Could this be because I'm on my iPad? I have no idea. I've never tried to access it from my iPad. Which, I worked at McDonald's for a year at high school before becoming a hotel housekeeper. Charles Pearson, I was deployed to avoid USS Bataan. The ice cream machine was always down. Yep. You need to order Dairy Queen Blizzards. I don't think you can get Dairy Queen. Sometimes order from a place called Black's Burgers. Dan Trim, no, we are not recognising that breakaway states declaration of independence. It changes the spelling and I am not producing another edition just for them. Yeah. Oh. That's right. If the RN adopted a teardrop hull after World War I R-class, how does that affect the submarine fleet going forward? It probably makes them faster, but it also makes them deeper divers. Be interesting. I would also add that whilst people you have two schools of thought with the teardrop hull versus what eventually produces the U class. It's the idea is it doesn't go away, but I would argue it goes into a sort of different field, and eventually the U class and then the V's after them are what taken on. Jack Ray, my early mid-1900s German history teacher had a nice reading list where one of his books was on list. His was really low cost, paperback, but rather good. That's a good idea. Cool, Daniel McCall. I have an old Southern California ice cream spot. That sounds nice. I belong to, and by the way, please look them up because they are family friends. And when I say family friends, our families have lived next to each other for hundreds of years and somehow never intermarried. So it says something either about us or them. I'm not sure who. But if you look up the Roskillies in Cornwall, you will find they do absolutely exceptional ice cream. I thought Black's Burgers were in your no, I will never be mad with the people at Black's Burgers. I will sometimes be mad with their employees who don't deliver on the Black's Burger promise, but I will never be mad with Black's Burgers. They're lovely people. History Vanguard. One of my lecturers goes to read only my books. I read his books more than the other books to get a better perspective. Do we know what damage has been done to Warspite steering? It depends when you're talking about, and to an extent, Warspite was built with damage to her steering because she always had a mind of her own when it came to steering. So, this book. A Navypedia reference. Fighting Ships World War II, 1937-1945, Volume 7, Soviet Union. Now, something titled Navypedia. It sounds interesting, right? It's not something which I would necessarily... How do I put this politely? Okay. It's lacking in what I would tend to look for, which is source lists. However, it does have lots of information in here. I have a feeling I know where quite a lot of it came from. But I would also say there is some good, interesting analysis. There are some points in here. And the reason I got this book is it comes from Ivan Gochin and Sergei Balakin. And therefore, it was a kind of interesting place to start. Now, dear reader, we immediately admit English is not the native language of the authors. Therefore, we are not trying to write books containing large literary text. We offer you references. We provide you primarily with information, digits, dates, graphics. These texts are written by us in Russian and translated into English. We hope that some roughness of the text will not prevent you from using our references. English literature has given the world many geniuses. If the reader wants to feel all the depth and beauty of the English language, then Shakespeare, Byron, Derrida, and other titans will satisfy any the most delicate tastes. Alas, we do not hope to get into this row. Please, dear reader, forgive us. But we vouch for the accuracy of the information and quality of the drawings. First of all, we want to offer you information, the Navypedia.org team. And so, 96831, I think you were talking about the Sovietsky Soyuz class. Hello. Now, you'll please note that they look, to my eyes, more than a little Germanic. They really do. That's a Kronstadt, and that's a Soyuz. They're interesting ships. They are certainly interesting ships. The Project 23 battleships. They're good. On the 3rd of August 1936, Naval Staff approved requirements specification for outlining designing of battleships of A. Project 23 and B. Project 25 classes. Ordered on competitive basis by Central Shipbuilding Design Bureau No. 1 and Design Bureau of Baltic Works. For drawing up of the general engineering design of the Baltic Works was selected 45,900 tons standard, 9 406mm guns, 12 152mm guns, 12 100mm guns, 2 catapults, 4 aircraft, and 380mm Sinar. Now, there is one thing I will forgive them. I am not going to do my usual correction of the fact that aircraft is plural. You do not need aircrafts. There is no such thing as aircrafts. That's doing crafts in mid-air on a plane. Okay? Please note this is not a critique of them. They got it wrong, but as they said, English is not their first language. Russianers. But as I tell my students on a regular basis, you can have 1 aircraft, 2 aircraft, 5 aircraft, 6 aircraft. It's all the same word. You do not have aircrafts. This is because it comes from seacraft. It comes from craft. I have 5 craft available. I do not need an S for that. It's a designator which doesn't need an S to multiply. Unlike cars. And planes. You can have planes singular or planes. You cannot have 6 plane or 7 plane, but you can have 1 aircraft and 6 aircraft. With the changes supposing growth of displacement of up to 46,000 to 47,000 tons and strengthening of protection of decks and fore-end. By the 3rd of December 1936, the order for building of 8 capital ships, 4 of Project 23 and 4 of Project 25, was given out, with the planned completion in 1941. In 1937, Project 23 was redesigned with an increase in stand displacement to 55,000 to 57,000 tons, optimization of armour and underwater protection arrangement, and abandoning from two aft 100mm turrets. Not waiting approval of an ultimate engineering design in Baltic Works, a lead battleship of the Project 23 was laid down, Sovietsky Soyuz. On October 31st in Nikolaev, the laying down of sister ship Sovietsky Ukrainia had taken place. However, their stocks were not ready yet, and the really works were begun only in spring 1939. Sovietsky Belorussia and Sovietsky Rossiya were laid down in Monotovsk, nowadays Savansk, respectively, on the 21st and 12th of 1939 and the 22nd of 7th, 1940. A ship engineering design, Project 23, was approved by the decision of the Committee of Defence only on the 13th of July 1939. In July 1940, the Naval Department presented a modified programme of the third 5 years period. It was supposed in 1938-42 to build 6 battleships of the Project 23, and any of them were not planned to be completed earlier than the 1st of January 1942. By autumn of the same year, Naval Department convinced the plans for the readiness practically were not achievable, and the program required reduction. According to the decision on 19th 10th 1940, construction of the next large ships were cancelled. Building of Sovietsky Belorussia was suspended at 1% availability because of mass riveting defects. For 3 remained battleships, new dates of launches were established. However, their completion was hindered by war. Building of Sovietsky Soyuz was suspended on the 10th of September 1941 at 21% availability. During the war, the armour plates prepared for the ship were partially used for building of coastal fortifications near Leningrad. After the war, ship completion due to technical condition of the slipway was recognised as inexpedient, and in 1949 the hull was launched and broken up. Sovietsky Ukrainia, on the 15th of August 1941, at 18% availability, was captured by the German troops. During occupation, the hull was partially scrapped. After liberation of Nikolaev, her availability was valued at 15%. The slipway was blown up during the retreat of the German troops. Ship completion was refused. Building at Sovietsky Royasa was suspended on the 10th of September 1941 at 5.3% availability. Right after the war, the decision to complete the ship was accepted. However, subsequently, it was refused. On the 18th of April 1947, building was ultimately cancelled and the hull was broken up. Main belt between the end barbettes was 6.27 metres high and inclined outside at 5 degrees. Its thickness varied from 420 to 406 millimetres abreast for barbettes, to 380 to 375 millimetres abreast machinery and aft barbette. This belt was closed with 230 millimetres fore and 180 millimetres aft bulkheads. Additional 285 millimetre bulkhead placed between the barbette number 1 and stem. Flat 155 millimetre upper deck between end barbettes was connected to upper edge of the main belt. Its thickness between first and second fore bulkheads was 100 millimetres. 50 millimetre splinter medium deck placed 1 level below. Its thickness was increased to 155 millimetres aft of aft barbette. Forecastle deck had 25 millimetres thickness. Fore CT and had 425 millimetres sides. Aft one had 220 millimetre sides. CT's roofs had 250 millimetre thickness. Underwater protection of Pugali system protected 123 metres long midshipman part. Was 8.2 metres deep at 33 metres. Aft 33 metres part of the hull had American protection system. Turrets had 495 millimetre faces, 230 millimetre sides and roofs, and barbettes had 425 millimetre sides. Secondary barbettes had 100 millimetre to 65 millimetre protection. And, of course, the Kronstadts were the Project 69 battlecruisers. Oh, speaking of 69, I'm not sure if I still am, but earlier I was on 9,069 subscribers, and I didn't want to giggle. But it was very hard for me not to. This is a good book. It's not expensive, but it is literally a reference book, and it is converted from Russian language to English by, I would argue, probably the not best. I would argue probably a computer system was used. So it's not expensive, but it is just a reference book. And know what it is, what you're getting. If you put together a book course or model to destroy your book will get a pile of sales whether you add it to the list or not. True. Terms gone. My thought on the teardrop subhull was it was only really became viable when subs could spend the vast majority of their time submerged, so effectively with nuclear power. It is to an extent the case, but that's why they end up going the route they do to give the U-class, to get the efficiency of the U-class hull. Does a teardrop hull negatively affect surface handling and visual detection for a submarine? Looking at shots of SSNs on the surface, they seem to make a bigger weight compared to the old diesels. Yeah, that's also to an extent to their size. Steve Clark, good evening. No worries. Jack Ray, basking while riding an airplane. Aircrafts. Yep. Or, as I'm always trying to say, that what I would like to do is on long distance flights, I would like to take large Lego models with me. But I know that it would be a nightmare to get them in and out of the airport. If there was a methodology of getting them in and out the airport without having and getting them home safely afterwards, I would do it. And you decide, what's your favourite smoothie? I love a peanut butter, vanilla, and banana blend. My favourite is ice cream with butter pecan. I'm not going to say the names because Roskilly... Let's put it this way. Mine is made by Roskilly's, and they have names which are, whilst are incredibly hilarious if you go there, for the various ingredients of their the various ice creams, etc., are pretty rude as far as YouTube's concerned. Is it fair to say the pre-World War Iron battlecruisers would, without World War I, have been withdrawn in the mid-1920s? They probably would have been replaced by in the mid-1920s, yes. Because let's be honest, if you don't have World War I, you have the battlecruisers which will be produced in the late teen years, which probably won't be Renown and Pulse, will probably be something else. Because they would probably complete all 8 of the R-class as battleships. But then they would probably build, it might even be the Admiral's class, battlecruisers, etc. And whatever successor battleships they actually build to the Queen Elizabeth class. And then they'd be building next generation after that. So, yeah. Brilliant. I would have completed the Project 69 battlecruiser at Leningrad. The Project 69 is a battleship. The Project 25 are the battlecruisers. Remember correctly? We go in there again and check. Project 23 are the battleships. Project 69 are the battlecruisers. You are right. I was wrong. I do apologise. My brain fried itself. And I just made the point about it being 9,069. So again, yeah. My brain fries itself on a regular basis. But I do realise I'm over the time for this book. But it is a good book. But I'm just saying it is a reference guide only. Speaking of that, something which certainly isn't the reference guide only, we have this Mahusiv text. It's a Mahusiv, Warships of the Soviet Fleets, 1939 to 1945. Someone is trying to do Norman Freeman of the Soviet Navy. £45 recommended retail price. I should warn you about that one. Produced by Seaforth, published 2022. So brand new this year. Warships of the Soviet Fleets. And this is Volume 1, Major Combatants. But yeah, Bishop, Project 69 was sensible. The 12-inch triple turrets from the Murns. You could do that. Honestly, there are many options you could do to actually complete it. And it would have been quite scary for Western navies, even if the... Let's put it this way, even if the Russians had only had 1, that would have been problematic. 2 or 3, very much problem. Peter Son, Ryan S., curator of Battleship New Jersey, has a model of Battleship New Jersey. I have jealousy in my heart for him at this precise moment. Legos would be great, but people would try to lump Bionacal in it. I've seen some creative things done with that stuff that could cause security officials to panic. Possibly. They won't allow Legos on board. They're afraid someone would assemble a bomb mid-flight. If it was a bomb made of Lego, I doubt it would go off. But there are things you could add. Steve Clark. Alex, the Soviet sub-question. Were the first generation of Soviet nuclear subs as unsafe as NATO propaganda suggests? It's not NATO propaganda that suggests they were unsafe. Yeah, there was some of that, but honestly, it was their own Soviet subs leaking like anything. And let's be honest, the first generation of Western submarines were better, but that is not really putting a very high bar out there. Dear Funk, sorry for the minutes presentation on scanning of the Rex and Scarpa from Stromness Museum. Suggests that Royal Oaks magazine were exposed by the second torpedoes. Ouch. Lance, Doctor, I know this is probably hard, but would it be nice to be able to read some books that you know well available in audio format? I am... You see, I would like to do that, and I am sort of starting to look into some books for audio and Audible, doing an audio review. But the thing is, and the thing I've noticed, if you're doing book reviews on Audible books and those sort of books, it's going to sound strange, but I have a sneaking suspicion that if you are doing a video which is sponsored by Audible, you do okay in the algorithm. If you are not, and you're talking about books which have been, how do I put it, audio, are sort of in listings for, are sort of, are listing books. I suppose that's the best way to go, listing books. They don't seem to do that well for some reason, and I have no idea why, but there is a suspicion in my mind, but I would never say that too loud, because the gods of YouTube and Google will be watching. That's it. Were the Svells really as much of a threat? Yes. They were capable, and they were scary. Moran has a 1-to-1 scale model of the Battleship New Jersey. That is just cruel. Are you ever going to do a video of Drac with a Greek fire involved? Only if I'm allowed to be behind a large amount of steel, concrete, and have copious amounts of detergent to spray on it. Richards, Stickers versus the Red Fleet, how'd it go? Not well for the Red Fleet. What if the Soviets did get the 4 Kronstadts done before 1940? Then that's a different scenario. I think, honestly, if they have a Kronstadt done, it depends where they are. The one in the Pacific would probably not have much. Well, actually, no. The one in the Pacific might have been called back to the Northern Fleet by then, and could well be sitting in the sort of Northern Fleet, so they could have called that back there. The one in the Black Sea would have been, well, the threat to the German fleets operating in the Black Sea, and could have allowed some sort of interesting things to go on there. The one in the Baltic would probably have been sealed up like the rest of the Baltic fleet, because they still have the same commanders now. And the one in the Northern Fleet could well have had some fun. Audiobooks. Yeah, that's the word I was looking. I couldn't remember audiobook for some reason. So, this book. I would describe it as an attempt to do Norman Freeman for the Soviet Navy. And a sort of mix of Norman Polmar as well. They are beautiful drawings, beautiful lines, and again, you're going to be hearing a lot of the information from these books, and probably knowing me, because I will be using my camera to do this, a lot of the pictures of these ships. Because I can't find anything better anywhere. I would also point out that they have this on the inside of the cover. And that is just cool. That is cool. This book is worth the money, okay? If you want to know about the Soviet Navy in World War II, this book is worth the money. If you were just buying something for just general interest, it's probably not that well designed for you. But, if we start off on page 69. That's right. Audiobook is too close to audible, and the brain struggles with the word. The target word is so close to the origin of thought. Potentially. Mr. History Vanguard, odd comment, I know, but Dr. Clark might get it. I want Hornby to do a S-160. Oof. That could be nice. I keep trying to get, well, I keep trying to get 060s. 060 tender engines for my N-gauge GWR railway, and I haven't been able to get them at all. I'm probably going to end up having to build it, which means there is a metal model. There is a sort of a metal one that I can sort of solder and sort of put together. But yeah, that's going to be after I've got all this sorted out and I've got the railway put down. Probably when I've got the board put down, not when I've got it laid and all the track on it, because then I can use the board as a surface for the soldering. That's it. So what were the Kronstadt and Svetsky Sawyer supposed to replace? The Ganguts, pretty much. Which are described in this text. And let's be honest, that's a fairly good description on. First dreadnought completed for the Russian Navy. Fast but poorly protected with armour spread over the whole hull. The armour belt was 5.06 metres high and covered the whole length of the ship. Armoured bulkheads of 100 to 125 millimetres closing the citadel aft of rudder and at face of number 1 turret. Commissioned with the Baltic fleet, they saw little action during World War I. Laid up in late 1918, renamed according to Bolshevik tastes, they were gradually recommissioned in the 1920s. Thoroughly modernised in the 1930s, they emerged with massive fore and aft superstructures, raked bows, and better internal hull division. Parizatskaya Kommuna had the fore-funnel heightened and bent backwards in 1928. Marat followed in 1931, and Oktoberska Revolutionia in 1933. All had cruising turbines removed, with boilers either converted to oil firing or replaced by oil-fired ones. Machinery output rose to 56,800 horsepower. That's 61,110 horsepower when forced, compared to 42,000 horsepower when completed. Changes to 12-inch battery reduced firing cycle from 43 to 30 seconds. Paratskaya Kommuna had elevation increased to 40 degrees, but on the other two it was left at 25 degrees. 6 old 3-inch 30 Lender guns, fitted in freeze on 12-inch turrets, numbers 1 and 4, were left as main AA armament. Odd Geisler fire control was retained on Marat, but on Oktoberskaya Revolutionia and Paretskaya Kommuna, it was supplemented from 1929 by imported Vickers bearing range calculator and Sperry data transmitters. And it has a nice long discussion of all these ships and what they get up to. And this is what Sevastopol looked like in 1947. Now that's interesting. Because for this book, it has the Kronstadts as having triple turrets. And their 1939 configuration. Yet in the other text, just looked at, it shows them in their twin turret configuration. Interesting. I'm wondering. I am wondering. That's an interesting thought to put. So that's them with, I'm presuming, their 380mm turrets. So that's their 9 12-inch gun armament. It's more like the Kronstadts could have been completed. And honestly, I am more and more intrigued by the fact the Kronstadts weren't completed, although they do look to me like a bit like a... the more I look at them, the more they look like... And you can really see this in this design. They look kind of like an expanded Deutschland class. Sort of / improved Scharnhorst. Nice now design. Sorry. Got distracted there, you know. This is the trouble with being a historian and going through cool books. You get distracted and start going, well, that one links into that one, and that one links into that one. I took a suggestion and asked Drac about the custard armour. He said it probably worked as splinter protection on superstructure, though I used the word non-Newtonian fluid, not custard. He's right about those. Charles Pickens, will we post a list of these books? If you look down below in the description, there should be timestamps and everything, a list of these books. And 202, it's time for the next book. So, this is a cool one. Next one is Norman Polmar's The Naval Institute Guide to the Soviet Navy, the 5th edition. Basically, Janes and Brassies of the late 1970s and 1980s on, well, let's put it this way, enhancing, performance-enhancing drugs. Richards, apparently my bookshelf is behind more boxes of books and I cannot find or reach that reference material. Thank you. Oof. Yeah. Just Pearson, I'm a late joiner. No worries. Comment. Doc, the Japanese had a massive selection of N-gauge that you couldn't get here when I visited Tokyo, if you want another reason to stop off anyway to visit Jamie. Yeah, me and Japanese N-gauge railways, I'm basically planning on doing this entire railway in Kato track, because I've done the work with Pico, and I like Pico track, but Pico works very well for HO and OO, but I then went and helped out with a friend who had Kato, and the Kato track was a lot easier. A lot easier to put together and get to run at N-gauge, because at N-gauge, some of the options from Pico are a little bit, I'm not going to say fiddly, but fussy. In my experience, maybe it's just my fat thumbs, okay? It could be my fat thumbs which are the problem. I do honestly say that I have fat fingers. They are fat. I have been told this by everyone I have ever worked with, every friend I've ever had. They are fat. It's helpful in some situations, it's problematic in others. And to me, it made the Pico stuff fussy at N-gauge when I built my little railway, which sits up in my bedroom, my portable railway. The one I travel around the country with occasionally. Yes, I am that level of geek that I have an N-gauge railway I take with me when I'm going off on holiday. I actually took it with me when I went to, when I went travelling for the TV filming. I set it up on the table and had the trains running around. One point to give my something to do in the evening. Let's see. Sigla, actually, you mentioned in the previous books the Soviet Navy took a lot of technical advantage in tunnels. As much of the hypothesis of Soviet ships made on that basis. There is certainly a large chunk of it, and of course there is the Pugliese system being used in the battleships and the Soviet destroyers. What's interesting is the S-160s were supposed to last only 90 days, which is ironic because some last till this day on the Heritage lines. Yeah. With more powerful line design already being built, was there really that much savings to justify building Australia and New Zealand as indefatigables? Was the coal consumption an issue? It's cost for the government, so yes, they were cheap enough that the Australians and New Zealanders could afford to pay for them, basically, was the idea. Naval Productions, thoughts on the fine scale for model railways? Went to Alexandra Palace in March and saw Copenhagen fields. Very impressed. A couple of trains derailed a bit too frequently though. Yeah, it has some interesting issues. If it's set right, it's fine, but if you get any bumps and lumps in the track, that's another thing I liked about Kato. It ironed out lumps and bumps, which made the trains run smoother, I felt. Originally the Project Sigurds were going to have 12-inch guns, then Germany, pre-Barbarossa, offered to sell them 15 SK-34 and twin turret designs. Obviously never delivered. Right. So, this book. And how do I describe this book? Again, this is a reference guide. It is kind of like a... If you've ever read any deconflicted and open source intelligence books, or intelligence briefings, this is what you're sort of reading something like. And Norman was in many ways the architect of producing those sort of things. And here we go. The impressive Soviet cruiser construction program continues, although the end of the production of both nuclear-propelled Kirov battlecruisers and Slava anti-ship missile cruisers is in sight. A fifth Kirov has been cancelled, and there are reports that plans for additional ships of the Slava class have been dropped. The accelerated and belated era retirement on all of the surviving Svolov class gun cruisers during the past few years may provide the Soviet Naval Command with a rationale for advocating additional cruiser construction. But a continued cruiser program must be balanced against the ongoing submarine carrier and destroyer programs. Further, in several respects, the Sovereign and Udeloid destroyer designs have many features of earlier cruiser classes. Thus, the Soviet cruiser picture was far from clear when this volume went to press. The Soviet Navy has constructed cruiser-type ships in all three of the post-war development phases. During the first phase, the 14 Svelbov class were built, completed in the years 1951 to 54. They were refinements of the pre-war Shapiev design, and several cruisers of the earlier program were completed. During the second phase, the Naida, Kresta, Van, 2 and the Kana classes were built, completed in the years 1962 to 1980. The third phase has seen development of the current Kirov and Slava program. The Kirovs are the largest surface warships except for aircraft carriers built by any nation since World War II. There will be 4 ships of the class, providing long-range platforms for the anti-air, anti-submarine and anti-surface roles. The US Navy has 9 significantly smaller nuclear-propelled cruisers. The last was completed in 1980. No additional US Navy ships, the US nuclear service ships, are planned other than aircraft carriers. It sounds like food has arrived for me. I will put that there so I do not lose the spot. I'm coming, I'm coming. Is it being delivered by fluffy research assistant or mere human? If a fluffy research assistant has got food all this way, I'll be surprised. They tend to eat it. Ah, it's just human. Thank you.
The internals are on, not the externals. The externals are really useful.
Okay. Yes, well, yeah. I haven't turned on the external lights. What? Oh. I will sort it out when I finish. I don't know. Sisters. I love her dearly. Did I say thank you to her? I'll say thank you to her later. I didn't. Oh, right. Food has arrived. What do I have in here? I'm fairly sure I just said chicken nuggets. I'm fairly sure I just said chicken nuggets. Something here. Am I muted again? I don't think you're muted. I have muted you anyway. Oh, and they brought plenty of barbecue sauce. That's good. Right then. And brew. RG, I have some HO gauge organisms that sit on shelves on my desk. Cool. It's a start to building a railway. Having the trains is a start to building a railway. Oh! I appear to have a baby chicken mayonnaise sandwich. Search the plan build. Project 69 Kronstadt or Project 69 bis Kronstadt? Probably the best in the end, but it started out as Project 69. So, are you lying? Are you winding someone up by telling them they're muted? That's nuggets for you and the rest is for the fluffy research assistant. Well, because they're currently both on antibiotics for various reasons, neither of them's out here at the moment, which is rather annoying for me. I like them. They were out here earlier, but again, I suggested the word walkies to them and they went and hid. Don't think either's feeling that well. Now, the reason the Ganguts are called Ganguts in English, rather than Sevastopols or anything else, I can actually tell you why. It's down to Brassies and Janes. When they were asking the Russians about them, the ship they kept talking about was the Gangut. So it went down as the Gangut class. And then afterwards, other ships got launched first, and they went, oh, well, this class is going to be called this in Russia. But by that point, they'd already been called Ganguts. And it's kind of like, it happens again in other navies as well, in American and British navies sometimes. It's what ship you talk about to the politicians first will often become known as the popular name for a class name. Even if you want to have a different name, the original sources will be king. Have you ever been to Miniature Wonderland in Hamburg, where they built giant landscapes with model railways? I've driven past it. I've never actually managed to get inside it. Was kind of like the Niagara Falls for me. And while I was finally in Canada visiting Haida, I managed to go to see Niagara Falls, and I was so happy. Because I've been literally within about 30 minutes driving of it for many, many times and never managed to get there. Melanie, if you feel like muting Seneca Nero now for the Project 69 joke, you can. Just a couple of minutes. Now, Sidron 90, Canadian side has a better view. I know, I was on the Canadian side. But I also went to the American side as well. I did both. I would say the Canadian side definitely has the better restaurants. Right now it's mainly because the American ones, every one I went into seemed to be stuffed full of French tourists, and I do not understand where they all came from. And not good French tourists. Not the good French tourists who turn up in places. I'm talking about the archetypal nightmare French tourist. And I do apologise if anyone finds that insulting. It's not meant to be insulting, but come on, France, we all know it. It's like there are some very bad... There are some tourists from Britain who, when I see them going around, I honestly want to start going around to people and apologising and going, yes, I know, I come from the same country as them, I do apologise. We all know, again, every country has this archetypal worst tourist you can get from their country. We shouldn't talk in stereotypes, but they exist. And everyone we went into on the American side seemed to have really, really bad French tourists. That's a shame, Lurches. No, sorry, I question if the Russians can even dispose of Kirov. They're certainly trying it. So, Estonia represents a major enigma in Soviet service combat and construction, considered a primary friendly ship role. Estonia has the heaviest surface-to-surface missile battery of any Soviet warship except for Kirov and Kiev classes. Estonia has one half of the primary anti-aircraft systems of the Kirov, SAN-6 launch as top dome radar, and minimal anti-submarine capabilities. Note that many of the ship's weapons and sensors are from a previous generation, with the SAN-6 top dome and 130mm guns being the major contemporary weapons. One US intelligence analyst said it was as if the Soviets simply took what systems were lying around the shipyard, put them into an old hull design. Still, the Slava could have a significant impact in many wartime situations. The Slavas were constructed at the Nikolaev Northern Shipyard, number 445, and had previously built the 7 Kara-class cruisers, completed in 1973 to 1980. The Slava could have been a considered successor for the series production at that yard. A rate of 1 ship per year would have been feasible. Instead, only 4 ships have been identified and are being constructed at a very slow rate. Most Soviet cruisers are named for cities and Soviet political and military officials, as well as a few Tsarist-era naval officers. The Slava and Chervona Ukrainia are exceptions. Operational. Fleet assessments for cruisers are listed to the extent the data are available from Soviet Western sources. However, the ships regularly transit between European and fleet areas for exercise and overhauls. The Kirovs have an elegant, streamlined design reminiscent of earlier battle cruisers. They are significantly larger than the US contemporaries, CGN types, as well as US strike cruisers, CGN proposed in the 1970s, but never built. The only larger surface combatants in service with any navy today are the US battleships of the Iowa and the class. The US ships, however, are being deactivated during the next few years. Reportedly, a 5th ship of the class was begun at the Baltic shipyard in 1990, but was cancelled as part of the overall Soviet defence cutback. It's a good read, but again, it's an intelligence summary of the Soviet Navy at this point in time when it's written. So, I'm guessing it's about time for this one, which is the... Oh, yeah. Oh, well, that's annoying. I forgot a book on timestamps, so let me just sort that one out. Ba-ba-dum-bum-bum. Two, 56. Three, 12. Hang on, no. Yeah, 12. 03, 28. 34. 50. That's true. There we go. Soviet Naval Diplomacy. Now, this book is no longer in print. It's blooming difficult to get hold of, but still I'm going to keep recommending it because it's by Dismukes and McConnell, and for their period it is frigating exceptional. It's basically an earlier version of the Watson and Watson book. It's worthwhile reading because if Gorshkov is explaining, well, is kind of giving hints and telling you what the Russian Navy are talking about they're going to do, but not necessarily what they are doing. This is all about what they actually are doing. And as such, is interesting. Slava is Moscow, yes. Oh yeah, if you ever want to see a French off, you get a French Canadian and a really, really interesting person from Paris in the same room. That's got the word you're looking for is Parisians. No, there are some others as well. Every nation has terrible tourists. At Germany, at 5:45, every seat is reserved by a towel. See, I once had a friend who took great offence to that. And then I pointed out to him that he was deploying his towel at 6 AM in the morning, and the reason I knew that was I was standing next to him doing it. And his point was it wasn't 5:45. Kirovs are not battlecruisers, they're heavy guided cruisers. Kirovs are interesting. They're interesting. So, Soviet Naval Diplomacy. This book was published in, goodness gracious me, how long ago? 1979 by Pergamon Press. A primary peacetime mission of the Soviet Navy's land-based air arm is surveillance. The first reconnaissance of a US aircraft carrier transiting the Atlantic occurred in August 1962. Another carrier transiting the Pacific a year later. Some have interpreted the initiation of carrier overflights as a response to the Soviet loss of face during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Whilst the flights were scarcely devoid of political symbolism, the first carrier reconnoitred
was the US Navy's newest and largest nuclear-powered enterprise. Their onset before the crisis suggests much deeper roots in the Soviet decision to counter Western maritime power. The Soviet Navy itself, however, was not given a specialised long-range reconnaissance aircraft, the Tu-95D, until 1965. These early flights were carried out by aircraft from the Soviet Air Force's long-range aviation. Until 1968, aerial surveillance operations were restricted to the northeast Atlantic and the northwest Pacific by the lack of access to airfields overseas. With access to airbase in Egypt after the June War, however, the situation began to change. In April 1968, a squadron of 6 reconnaissance version Tu-16 bombers was established at a military airfield base near Cairo. Later on, missile-carrying versions of Tu-16 was also sent to Egypt. But the fact that these versions were never sighted over Mediterranean by the Sixth Fleet suggests they were intended primarily for Egyptian use. These aircraft were in fact left behind when the Soviet Naval Aviation Squadron was drawn from Egypt in 1972. By February 1970, 4 short-range B-12 amphibians had reinforced the squadron. During the following year, the B-12s were replaced by longer-range Il-38s, and then the most advanced of Soviet anti-submarine aircraft available. The primary mission of this squadron, aircraft of which first overflew Sixth Fleet ships in May 1968, was to conduct maritime reconnaissance and anti-submarine warfare patrols against the Sixth Fleet and other NATO navies operating in the Mediterranean in radius of action. Nugget went down the wrong tube. In radius of action encompassed the entire... Pardon me. So radius of action encompassed the entire eastern Mediterranean, extending as far west as the Straits of Sicily, and occasionally into the Tyrrhenian Sea. Pardon me. That's better. Seniority, do you still have the graphic I sent you once on Twitter? Pardon me. Showing the various ranges of the Kirov systems. Somewhere on my laptop I probably do, not on this one. Thank you, thank you, Pedro. Hey, good lord. Pardon me. Jill almost got the chicken nugget RIP there. Almost. Almost. It's a useful book. It's written in the time, and it's written before some of the things we have come that have come since have taken over our thinking. Not necessarily always for the best.
216 MPAs are not the greatest things.
You can get iron brew in Canada, I know, because I've not only did I find it in Canada, but an absolute superstar of a gent found it for us. And literally it supplied us. We were on Haida, and we will never forget the day at our faces when he turned up and he'd brought in these bags of stuff for not just me, not just Drac. He brought it sort of. We were expecting Drac to get stuff, but he brought in a bag each for Drac, for me, and for Dan, and for Gareth, and it was just amazing. Right. So. Yep, got a couple minutes before next book, and agree, Siege 90. It is Salamander Modern Naval Warfare book is pretty good. When aircraft near the Soviet Union crash, there is usually you should always consider that mechanical failure is only the second most likely cause. And that's according to a friend of mine who was once an investigator for in the Soviet Union on those sort of things. The Tu-16 Badger was used as a maritime patrol aircraft because they had it, it was available, they wanted something to be flying around immediately. I have just been charged my annual rent by XSplit. It seems to be working well. Okay, so. Morgan Mackenzie, Erie Sovietsky Suez. Apparently the Soviets could not make crop armor thicker than 230 millimeters. Was this due to knowledge, tooling, resources, or another reason? All of the above. And mainly because they'd have to have imported it, and the people who were supposed to be doing the selling to them were very slow, because originally they tried to buy it off the Germans. It's kind of like I'll be talking about the Lutzow, and it becoming a Soviet vessel, and exactly how slow and exactly how delayed the promises were the Germans were making to the Soviets about this ship and the supplies they were going to get. For Italian battleships, you pretty much only have the choice of anything written by, Bagasco and a Toto. In that, it's not written. Basically, you have 3 good books written about Italian battleships, and all are written by Babasco. So, if it's by him, it's good. If it's not by him, then good luck. Minor Nations Carrier Development. There isn't really a book. I suppose there's some stuff in Jordan's Washington Naval Treaty, in Jordan's Washington and London treaties to do with the German and German, Italian, and French, but no, there isn't really much. On Kenzie, would any of the Allies be willing to sell a system on the condition the Allies saw the armament just having to get lost to peek at the entire shipyard? They probably would have been happy to sell them. They wouldn't have needed to get lost to peek at the entire shipyard. It's where the same shipyards where they are right next to where the British and American warships have been parked when they've done the convoy troops. So they've got plenty of chance to look around those yards. So 290, there are only 3 choices: the 216, the M4, and the 295. 295 was still coming into service, the M4 was the M4, so 216 was what I went with. That's good. Why blame something that can be tied back to the state when you can blame the pilots who can't defend themselves and the state, of course, is blameless? You always have to remember, also, there is that traditional unwritten rule, which is a bit of a trope in Western media, but is actually true, that you could blame individuals, but you couldn't draw a wider conclusion blaming the system. You could in no way put blame on the Soviet Union, on the Soviet or the party. So people, when they wrote critiques of things, would have to be very careful about it and how they wrote it. Richard, so many books. Do you speed read, and how do you retain knowledge, Doc? I do speed read. Usually I speed read the first way through time for a book. And curious function of my dyslexia. So I have no short-term memory. And so when I read something through, first time it doesn't go in that well. Second time, it goes in a bit better. Third time, it goes in very well. And if I then try and teach its contents for some reason, I'll probably remember quite a lot of it for most of my life, and I'll be able to pick out the books. Or at least so far, that's what I found. So I still go back and reread the books occasionally to find the sections I need, but I can remember which book and roughly where the section is, the stuff I want to look at, is in that book from memory. So that's my methodologies. It's a lucky thing. My dyslexia means I have no functioning short-term memory, so if I remember something, it's in my long-term memory. And if it's in my long-term memory, you don't forget it, as a rule. So, Stalin's ocean-going fleet. If you are noticing I am sort of occasionally burping a bit, I do apologise. It is literally because today's lunch was very small, hence need to order a McDonald's. And the reason lunch was small was
God love my sister. She cooked it, and she did well. Okay, she did well. She's getting better. It was her turn to cook today. It was my turn to cook yesterday, so I cooked yesterday. Before people think there's anything going on, which is indoors, you know, she's being subjected. She works as well as we both work, and we share the cooking with Mum. One of us is still living at home at the moment, sharing the cooking. And yeah, it was her turn today, and well, the meat turned out fine, but the vegetables were either raw or overcooked or tasted weird. So she tried, but that has left me with and basically I'm drinking iron brew and eating food to try and keep it all down. I love her dearly. She's getting better. She is getting better. A while back, the meat wouldn't have been cooked, and this time the meat was okay. So, Stalin's Ocean-Going Fleet by Jürgen Rohr and Mikhail S. Monakov. This is a good book. This is a really good book. I can never recommend this book enough because it's a great start, and it does tell you Soviet naval strategy and shipbuilding programs 1935 to 53. So it is 18 years of history. 18 years of history. And it gives you everything made up in 5-year plans. So you know what their plan was and how things went about. Now, in (1940), they had decided to lay down 6 Project 23 battleships and 4 Project 69 battlecruisers, 14 Project 68 cruisers, 2 sea-going gunboats, 11 destroyer leaders, that's Project 48, 26 Project 30 destroyers, 32 Project 29 patrol ships, 43 Project 59 minesweepers, 40 Project 53 minesweepers, and 33 submarine hunters. They had plans. On the 27th of October 1939, the NACOM for shipbuilding, that's the sort of senior minister in charge of shipbuilding, I.T. Tavosian came to Berlin and presented the following requests. The building plans of the battleship Bismarck and the aircraft carrier Graf Zeppelin. Oh, just think how interesting the world would have been if the Soviet Union had also built a Graf Zeppelin, and then the Germans had built a Graf Zeppelin, and they'd ended up having a carrier battle in the Baltic between their own versions of the Graf Zeppelin. Just think how that could have turned out. Purchase of the heavy cruisers, Prince Eugen, Seydlitz and Lutzow, including their plans. They got the Lutzow, not the Seydlitz or the Eugen. The Eugen was completed, of course. The Seydlitz was down to be converted to a carrier. Purchase of armor plate, machinery and equipment for 4 light cruisers. Purchase of heavy and secondary guns in gunnery, including 406mm, 380mm, 280mm, and 150mm gun turrets, with fire control instruments as well as mines, torpedoes, minesweeping gear, submarine periscopes and submarine batteries, building of repair ships, supply ships, and other special vessels. In exchange, great quantities of oil and grain, as well as other resources, were offered. Hitler, after discussions with the Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, Grof Admiral Herrera, and the Chief of the Oberkommando, the Workmat, General Wilhelm Keitel, was at first willing to meet many of the wishes if they did not impede the German war effort. But he also wanted the delivery of the plans delayed as much as possible. He declined the transfer of the 2 first-mentioned heavy cruisers, but agreed to sell the unfinished Lutzow. On the 11th of February 1940, the necessary agreement was signed, and on 15th of April 1940, the vessel was towed to Leningrad, where the building of it, now renamed Petrovska as Project Free, continued, assisted by a German commission under Rear Admiral Fej. Some requests were turned down, but Russians were adamant about getting 6 380mm twin gun turrets for 2 battlecruisers and 4 150mm triple turrets for a light cruiser, as well as 280mm turrets, some submarine equipment and some special ships. Krupp was finally allowed to sign a treaty for the 6 380mm and 4 150mm turrets, and other firms for 2 10mm optical rangefinders and 6 150mm searchlights. This led to a curious parallel. In the Soviet Union, Stalin had forced the battle replacement of the 23,000-ton anti-Washington cruisers by the battlecruisers of the Project 69. In Germany, the said plan, ordered by Hitler in early 1939, first envisaged the building of 12 new Panzerschiff, P1 to P12, with 22,145 tons, and 2 triple turrets, 280mm, soon reduced to 8 units. At the same time, it was planned to rearm the fast battleship Scharnhorst and Eisenhower in 1941-42 with 3 380mm twin turrets instead of 280mm turrets. But once Hitler planned to start a war, he was reluctant to put those 2 ships out of service for rearmament at the critical time, so he decided to use the 380mm turrets already in production for these 2 ships instead of for 4 newly constructed battlecruisers. OPQ of 28,900 tons with 3 twin 380mm turrets, while cancelling the 8 Panzerschiff. Thus, he was already able to get in 1943 additional heavy ships for his Z-plan fleet, besides the 6 battleships of H to N of 52,600 tons. But when the war started, with Hitler's attack against Poland, he had to cancel the building of all 6 and the 3 big ships to free the slips for U-boat building. So he could now use the 380mm turrets for the deal with the Soviets. Once the necessary treaties had been ratified, the Soviet designers began to redesign the already started battlecruisers Kronstadt and Sevastopol to take the new German 380mm turrets, the rangefinders and fire control equipment, as well as the searchlights. On 18th October 1940, Admiral Kuznetsov approved the new design Project 69I. The Project 68 cruiser Shklov, under construction at Leningrad, was also reconstructed to get the German 150mm triple turret as Project 68I. Da-da-da. Okay, a lot of vegetable dishes in southeast US: meat drippings, and meat broth, and some sort of actual vegetable. I know that from experience. Professor, do you plan emergency ration shopping based on a cooking schedule? Let's put it this way. It's rare I order takeaways on Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Fridays or Saturdays. But Thursdays and Sundays I'm often ordering a takeaway. That's good. I know, the night shift at one power plant meant a 50-year target in one night. Exceptional efficiency, comrades. Oh, that sounds fun. Narcom. Seizure 19. Nandokini Commissariat. People's Commissariat. Yes. In this case, it does refer to a People's Commissar, the Soviet equivalent of a minister. Malaga, never thought I would imagine a scenario where the Graf Zeppelin could get in even a fight against another carrier. Yeah. Yep. Oh, that would have been scary.
What is a Russian term for cooperative line? Comrade, let us get comrade. Let us work together. I sometimes wonder what would happen if all the major European combatant nations in World War I built a Queen Victoria. Why do you be that cruel? I should know this. Are turrets welded, riveted, or cast? Depends on who's making them. Some are cast, some are welded, and some are riveted. Depends on who's making the turret you're talking about. So is it fair to say the USA are cheat sheet in war? Potentially. Oh, please note, my sister is trying very hard. We all have tasks. For me, never, ever, never ever give me hoovering. Okay, I will do it. I will try my best. But my brain will wander, and it will smack into things. But that doesn't matter so much for hoovering. With my sister, I love her dearly, but for some reason, cooking is... She's getting a lot better at it, but it's something which her brain wanders in. And she starts working on other things in her head, and getting distracted while cooking is never a good thing. She's not a bad cook, she's a distracted cook. Judy Allen, Teddy Roosevelt's daughter Alice famously said, if you have something bad to say about someone, come sit by me. Any books on scandals in naval history? Graft, crime, spies, court-martials act? Tons of them, but they're all personal to the various events. Nighttime Productions, quick off-topic question. The exocet launchers, like those seen on Leander-class frigates, were those single weapons, i.e. you fire all four, that's your lot, till you put in port, or were they reloadable? Pretty much put in the port till you put in the port. There's a theoretical reload capability, but it's not really pragmatic. Iceland tried to buy Soviet Miko frigates. Any problems, of course? Not that many. Honestly, at a certain point, the Soviets, if the Icelanders do buy them, then they have their reason, which is we want something which is ice-capable in a frigate. At which point the Americans probably go, yep. And the Icelanders go, well, you can either build something custom for us and subsidise it, because we can't afford to pay your prices, or we buy the Soviet one. In which case, rather like the Greeks, who got the Zuba, and the Greeks are, of course, NATO members, but they got the Zuba hovercraft, they'd probably just ignore it. Oh no, my sister wants to put salt into something instead of flour. She has managed to turn soup to powder and has burnt salad. These are all many, many years ago. And just to even up the score so people don't think I'm being rude about her, because she is an amazing engineer and a brilliant engineer and those things. On the hoovering front, I have managed to get the hoover stuck. And when I say stuck, I mean stuck in an air vent grate for the heating system, which meant I had to do a lot of work to get it out, and then rebuild a section of the floor to get it back. Don't ask me. I have broken a hoover because I accidentally sent it down the hill. Yeah, so we both have our weaknesses. To be fair, my shirt I'm fairly sure is from Amazon. But I haven't looked it up because it was a gift. Dr. Clark, once upon a time you mentioned in the chat, if an SSN went back to World War II and could be maintained, it would be unstoppable. What about a classic a decent SSK? It would be... That would be scary. A decent SSK would have a lot of advantages. Sigil 90, I think the Soviet exclusive fleets were a little slept on. They were pretty good. I think the trouble is, again, it's kind of like the Italian fleet, where you have the higher commander notoriously conservative, and yet you have officers like Gorshkov, etc. below, who are actually pretty aggressive and do very well when they're deployed. And basically, it's almost a case of they keep these officers in check until they need them, and then they deploy them, and suddenly the Soviets produce a fleet, an operation which is very good. And one thing not to trust me is mopping the floors. Yep, we all have something. We all have that one task we do where our brain switches off and it's just never going to be a good chore for us. See, so nicest way, really, in a sensible way, you know, I would do all the cooking and my sister would do all the hoovering, but that is not really a fair distribution of tasks, and also Mum does worry about sort of when we're all off on our own, etc. So she likes my sister to learn to cook, and my sister's getting better. She is getting better. It's very rare. She hasn't had a scenario like this in a couple of weeks. If I hadn't done history at the university, I'd have probably done IT. Or physics. Nighttime productions, those all sound pretty darn good, actually. Oberon's or Pobus's would have been pretty scary. If they'd been based out of the Pacific in Singapore in December 1941, there might not have been much of a Japanese fleet to invade. Or rather, not much would have got from there. And look, Roomba, Dandaughter, correct. Yes, I do need a Roomba for my hoovering. I would love a Roomba. That is on my plan of things to get. When I have my own place and more than just this little office space that I am responsible for, I will get a Roomba. But I also have to train dogs to deal with it. And I'm fairly certain if we got a Roomba at the moment, there would be a Corgi, which would be definitely a pursuit of the Roomba, with the firm desire to make sure it would obey every one of its wishes. So, Battleship builders, constructing and arming British capital ships by Johnston and Buxton. I've just got myself a new version of this. Got myself a new version because I have another version which is tattered beyond belief, has been roamed around my students so many times. So I thought, I'll buy myself a new version. When the new version arrived, I thought, that looks pretty cool. And it's going to be very important to next year. It's going to be coming up quite a lot. But one of the things I liked about it is that there's things in here like this, the drawings of where you put the cranes when you're building a ship. And where they're positioned. And how, for example, the G3, how they arranged the keel blocks to support it in the piling arrangement beneath them. This is pretty much its entirety is the shipyards, are the people who are involved in building these ships, in building for the navies exactly, well, for the Royal Navy, what they needed. It's an amazing resource as a book, and you're going to be hearing a lot from it next year. Dear Hannaford, the First Lord has informed the Controller that the Prime Minister has granted 1A for the Vanguard. I now have to get the necessary certificate from the Chairman of the Central Priority Committee, Colonel Llewellyn. There is, of course, no difficulty, but in asking for the certificate, which formally authorises the priority rating of 1A to be applied, I must have some ammunition. All I know is that the Vanguard, holding at John Brown, has a part of a keel aid that is due to finish at the end of 1944, but that we might knock 3 months off that. The engines, I suppose, are also being built at John Brown's. I suppose that her main mountings are already in hand and are fully manned. Can you tell me in any detail what we are likely to gain by 1A at this very early stage? Which contractors are involved, and who is likely to suffer, i.e. other naval work, which is no one's business but our own, or the work of some other department? Material is not affected by 1A, and in any case, I presume that we can so organise our own material allocation that there will be no hitch except such as we impose ourselves, such as the delay of doing something else. Labour, again, is outside the priority direction, and as we are now transferring labour from John Brown to Fairfield, it seems to follow that if any yard is especially short of labour, it is not John Brown. Then exactly does 1A come in? If it is purely psychological, I should have thought it better to keep for emergencies. You may need it for auxiliary aircraft carriers or tank landing craft, and you have asked for it for submarine equipment, and have got it for 2 battleships at a late stage in their completion. Can you please give me some advice on this priority, what this priority is needed for? Hannaford replied on the 17th of January 1942, Dear Lemaitre, the ammunition you require will, I hope, be contained in the following. Both the hull and machinery are being constructed by Messrs. John Brown and Kaibank. The mountings for big guns are already in existence and have only to be adapted for the ship, and are fully manned for this purpose. Vanguard's date of completion, could not have been earlier than the middle of 1945. It is now proposed to suspend construction on the cruiser Bellerophon for at least 12 months, and is also in mind to transfer the order for 2 sloops. With these steps and minor adjustments together with Priority 1A as directed by the Prime Minister, it appears feasible to complete this vessel in September 1944. This would be within 3 years of laying the keel, and compares with 4 years for the quickest construction of the King George V class. In attempting to accelerate the construction of work such magnitude as a battleship, it is essential that protection should be given against any possible hold-up in her construction, otherwise the effect of previous concentration would be lost. We expect to be able to restrict the efforts of any priority direction largely within our own department, but the future may bring us into conflict with the requirements of other departments, and we want to ensure that Vanguard has the highest ranking. One example that occurs to me is the construction of tanks. Tanks require armour, and a major part of this armour is being made in armour works which were maintained and built up in peacetime by the efforts of the Admiralty, and the requirements of tank armour may at some time come into conflict with the requirements for Vanguard and for other of our armour ships. Though as far as can be seen, we shall be able to get over any difficulties that may arise. If any adjustment becomes necessary for the requirements for tanks and Vanguard, we may have to be sure that Vanguard is not handicapped by a lower ranking. You seem to see a paradox in the fact that labour is being transferred from John Brown's to Fairfield's whilst we are clamouring for John Brown to be priority 1A for Vanguard. The expression is quite simple. How is in the completion stage at Messrs. Fairfield's and requires the services of finishing trades such as electricians, fitters and painters, whereas Vanguard is only a few plates on the stock and requires those men skilled in plating work. The long and short of it is we want priority 1A because the Prime Minister wants the ship in the earliest possible moment. It is a very good burger. I mean, a very good book. Sorry, my sister just sent a message through on the flash up the screen saying thank you for the burger. I find it interesting how we can all be good at something and equally bad at something else. Yes. Rapper back. I always thought the issue for the Soviet Navy was they had resources for good service fleet or subforce, but not both. On paper, they have the resources for both. In reality, they have the resources for neither. Honestly, if the sort of Gorky figures out where to stand, it can get the Rumba to obey it. I wouldn't be surprised if it becomes a never-ending battle between the Rumba and the Corgi over victory, because let's be honest, the main thing that causes stuff around the house is the Corgi fur. Or as we tend to call it, the Corgi glitter. And productions. Rumbas are great. If you have two and you're bored, it's tie something sharp to the front and a balloon to the back. Then sit back and watch. It's like a lukewarm version of Gladiator. That's good. Talking of low-flying aircraft and carriers, reminds me of an exercise between USN and RN to train USN in radar acquisition of attackers. USN got upset the RN hadn't turned up, and were on radio complaining when a Buccaneer crew came onto the radio telling USN carrier to look down as they flew past with the top of the tail at deck level. Yep. Oh, ours are just about potty trained. When I say just about potty trained, apparently today the assistant fluffy research assistant did look at my sister and go, "Are you sure I have to go out in the rain to go to this? I'm sure when I was a puppy there was something nicer to do," and it didn't work. He ended up having to go out in the rain. When the PM wants his burger, he gets his burger. Oh yeah. So, seems to be a general decision that with Rumbas, they can be good. Also, don't take this wrong way, but actually the idea of having two so I can do jousting would seem good. I'm here for whatever's left. These are what are left. Listen to any questions you have on the way. Super. Another Soviet question. Soviet ships are always top-heavy weapons. Is there a reported sea state in which they head for a cover? Not really. You see, we would consider them top-heavy and overarmed compared to Western designs. But you also have to remember their hulls are often built a lot heavier because they're often built for icy water and icy weather conditions. So they're often actually quite heavy hulls as well. So as a rule, the Soviet ships are just heavy. And yes, they might be slightly more top weight than we would normally subscribe as a percentage of the hull, but it's not so much that it particularly makes them terrible in all sea states. It just makes them not good boats to be on. They are, let's put it this way, if you fancy holding on to your lunch, don't be on a cresta in a heavy waves, okay? Advice I'll just give you now. If you've had a large lunch, get off the cresta if there are heavy waves coming or even a high wind coming. You will not keep your lunch. But if you're on something like a Kirov, you'll be fine. Darren, I have decided to quit the chat and start building my Kobe HMS Belfast. Oh. Now this is a corgi glitter. Yes, it's the fluff that comes off them. Basically, corgis molt the whole time. They never stop molting. If ever you look around your house once you have a corgi, you will know undoubtedly you have a corgi. If you go anywhere in the country, you will still remember you have a corgi because there will still be fluff coming off you. Last week, no, not last week, a couple of weeks ago, when I was away for a week without the dogs, without the family, I came back. I was literally outside the house. I was in the hire car. I was looking around the hire car, and I was looking and going, how in the name of this hair? That's corgi fluff. Now, the corgi had never been anywhere near or in the hire car. Nowhere near. I had been away for over a week. For 5 days. It was coming back on the 5th day. And yet, I found fluff in the car, come off my clothes onto the car. And I was sitting there looking at it going, how? How? It gets everywhere. It's a magical thing. I was asking, how did I catch up? How did I put a seed? It was under sleep and was chasing at 1.75 speed. The Osprey is actually available in Polish, I think. It's going to get it. Good. That'll be good. Richard, Soviet infantry circa World War II, 1941. Poor swords. Actually, if we go back to the Watson and Watson book, there's actually a section there on Soviet naval infantry and their tactics. Worth a read. Atris Dunn, I had a discussion about Graf Bay not getting away with USS Grey Ghost. I think she doesn't even without the diesel belt being broken. Not really. How goes it? Small ships like Kirak ability? Do not go in a Kirak. Fun. If I was already covered, I won't go into it. The Battleship Cruiser Kongo bit, I assume it's been covered. Yeah, I discussed that at the beginning. Stafford Thompson, Good Samaritan D, done for the weekend. Just explain how laundromat worked to a confused couple. Okay, but I'm surprised there was a confused couple. How? There's at least 2 people in a couple. Surely one of them's heard of a laundromat. Thank you, Stafford, for helping them out. It's good for you. How much influence did the Kiev's hull on the Kirils? If you'd been designing the ship in the Royal Navy or the American Navy, they'd able to be in the same hull. In the Russians, they are specialists and complete and are separate as you can imagine. Richards, Doc, what is sign for seasickness now? Is it laudanum of yesteryears or something else? There's various tablets you can take, but usually the best way is to just get on the ship and just keep walking around until you actually do acquire it. There are some people who do need medical intervention, and really do, but the vast majority, if you just keep walking around the ship, you'll get your sea legs. Or you'll smash into the wall so much you'll not be at sea. So the fluffy research assistant and assistant fluffy research assistant didn't want to be on camera because it's wet. To be fair, it's wet and they're on antibiotics. One's got an ear infection. The other one's, we're not quite sure what, but it just needed some antibiotics apparently. If in the early 2000s Britain built 3 aircraft carriers at 70,000 tons with steam catapults, would there be sea Eurofighter typhoons? If the only way that would happen is if the British took on the sole cost and burden of producing such aircraft, because let's be honest, it wouldn't be something which the rest of Europe would need, and the rest of the partners was a product. Probably you'd see F-18s. Probably it would be an F-18 buy. Lance, Clark, have you ever tried having a German Shepherd? Then you know also know what shedding's like. Ah, yes, I've heard about German Shepherds. Jack Ray, my mum has an Alaskan Mameluke. I have to take it to the vet. My car interior is dark. That envelope is amazingly difficult to vacuum out. Good luck, you will never get it out. You will never get it out. Oof. And you'd have to build a whole new aircraft for a Eurofighter to be down. Because the Eurofighter is... Well, its airframe is the wrong way round for it to land on ships, basically. Mr. Serendi's End. It's 1910 and you're running a navy for a second-ranked naval power and your government decides to procure either 6 Ganguts or 4 Congos. Which will you choose? Congos. Every single time, Congos. Unless you tell me I'm trapped in somewhere like the Adriatic or something like that, I'm going for the Congos. They give me options. My God, didn't know the Corgi subscribes to the Labrador all-year shedding season. Good to know that Corgi owners suffer just as much as Labrador owners like myself. So we do. So Thompson, it's a card operator setup. Gotta buy a preloaded card, then use it for machines. What soap bleach act is via coin dispensers. Richard, seasickness destroys me, unfortunately. There are some good tablets you can take nowadays for seasickness and motion sickness. There's also... Well, to be fair, my family basically mixed everything with whiskey, and it was mint and whiskey was the drink, which was used to be used for some of my family when they were seasick. But I would never recommend it because, well, as I said, I don't drink, as I've said before. I'm a non-drinker because my dad couldn't control it, so he was, please note, very good dad in many, many ways, just that was his weakness. He stopped after him and my mum were separated and divorced, and he was better in his later life and was a lovely gent. But, yeah, so I don't drink, basically. It's enhanced cowardice. I don't want to be like that, so I don't. And, yeah, there is the family recipe of whiskey and mint, but, yeah. So I don't know if you know shedding unless you met a Jack Russell Terrier. I think we can all agree that shedding is something which some dogs just do, like their breathing. Manon, was there any timeline where the Iron kept the Vanguard? This one keeps coming up. The decision is made to get rid of the Vanguard in about 1959, based on the idea that they are going to procure more cruisers, and that the towns in the short to medium term represent better value for money. Then by 1963 they got rid of the towns. By 1966 they're getting rid of the other cruisers. And basically the decision made when it was sensible turns out to be very stupid. If they had kept hold of Vanguard and done a major refit instead in 1960, they might have sunk enough money into it that it would have scared the government into keeping her. Especially as they could have justified it as a fire support ship and all sorts of things for the Northern Front. And before I can start doing Elbonian military, I do have to finish off, and do want to finish off the remaining books for the day. So, we're going to do these books, and we might do them quickly. This one I was supposed to have started, Navigational Instruments by Richard Dunn. It's a really cool little book, and it's just exactly what it says on the tin. It's a picture of the system, and it's an explanation. It's a very simple guide, but if you're looking for a basic reference to navigational systems and how they developed, and a good couple of hours reading maximum, this is what you're looking for, okay? Development of new instruments and navigational techniques went hand in hand with the improvements of charts. Charts could be a sensitive matter. However, the Spanish monarchy, for example, forbade the circulation of maps of their Pacific outposts. It was quite a coup, therefore, when an English privateer captured important sea charts and sailing directions from a Spanish ship in 1681. They were soon copied. By this time, more systematic chart provision had also begun throughout Europe. Through the encouragement of trading companies in the Netherlands and France, as well as the enterprise of individual chart makers like William Hack in England. A major technical advancement in map making was the introduction of the Mercator projection. First put forward by the Flemish cartographer Gerard Mercator in 1569, it would eventually become the standard projection for navigational charts because it could represent rhumb lines of equal bearing as straight lines, so that they always crossed meridians at the correct angles. This would make plotting courses much simpler in principle, since they could be drawn at straight lines. However, measuring distances on Mercator charts is more complex, and they did not become common until the 18th century, with plane charts remaining the norm until then. All the various systems are in here. It's a really cool book. Alright. Then we have The British Sailor of World War II. This is by Angus Constant, who is most famous for doing all the Osprey books. And these are all, I think, Shire Library series, and that's my suspicion of them anyway. Being sent to a new ship was not like a posting in the other services. A new ship was a home, community, and a weapon of war all rolled into one grey painted package. In some ways, life on board a ship was a normal one. It took people away from the familiar surroundings, from women, from families. These all-male Navy communities might comprise fewer than a dozen members, or be expanded into floating townships of 1,500 men. At sea, the crew might remain isolated from the rest of the world for days, weeks, or even several months at a time. The sailor had no option but to adapt to his environment and to become an integral part of his ship's company. Until the Admiralty decreed otherwise, this would be his home. A sailor's future was determined by a drafting chit. Would he be sent to a battleship, a destroyer, or a small escort vessel? Would he join the ship in Scapa Flow, Gibraltar, or Portsmouth? Experienced sailors took the news in their stride. For instance, in September 1939, stoker Frederick Whigby was at home in Kent when he switched on the radio and heard Mr. Chamberlain announce that we were at war with Germany. Next day, the drafting officer informed me I would be going to a new corvette. I just had time to say goodbye to my wife and son. Elsewhere, the news that Britain was at war was received with mixed emotions. In Scapa Flow, sailors of the Home Fleet heard Chamberlain's announcement broadcast over their ships' loudspeakers. Ships at sea received the news by telegram. On the destroyer Firedrake, the crew were all crowded around the loudspeaker, listening to the old boy's speech. When it finished, somebody said, "About bloody time, too." That was all. This attitude was typical. Sub-Lieutenant Marwood of the destroyer Antelopes recalled, "We were at Portland when we received a message. Special telegram, total Germany," which meant we were at war with Germany. I have to admit that those of us who had just completed all our basic training as naval officers would have been very disappointed had war not been declared. There you go. The British Sailor of the Second World War by Angus Constant. It's a good book. So what I've done is I've highlighted the Albonian question, and that's where I'm going to start from once I've gone through these books. Next one. The British Sailor of the First World War by Quentin Colville. It's a cool read, and it's another little one. And by the way, I picked these up in Greenwich, wandering around. The Royal Navy's War Beneath the Waves. Pre-war, the Royal Navy stood at the forefront of many technological realms. Among them, the world of undersea warfare. Its first submarines had been launched in 1901, followed by a succession of new and improved designs generally intended for coastal defence roles. By the start of hostilities, more than 60 boats were in full commission, including the latest D and D class vessels, whose diesel engines and improved habitability allowed for lengthier missions. 168 officers and 1,250 ratings who manned them in August 1914 had little by way of precedent to guide their wartime activities. Nonetheless, they rapidly proved themselves effective and often spearheaded the Navy's operations in the North Sea, the Dardanelles, the Adriatic and the Baltic. In the process, the submarine fleet grew dramatically and was ultimately credited with sinking 54 enemy warships, including 19 German U-boats, 274 transports and supply ships. The cost in men and material was also high. Dozens of British submarines were lost and approximately 1,200 sailors were killed. In fact, it has been calculated that one-third of those who joined the submarine service paid for their decision with their lives. The worst casualty statistics for any branch of the seagoing fleet. And can anybody find... Right. Britain, and last book, Shipbuilding Britain by Fred M. Walker. That's another interesting little tile. Heyday of British shipbuilding. By 1880, most ships being constructed in Britain, and indeed in Europe, were of iron. In a mere 60 years, this material had been mastered. The workforce was accustomed to it, and the machine tools of ever-increasing power were being used in yards. Iron is a good shipbuilding material, as it is slow to corrode by oxidation, rusting, and iron hulls are long-lasting. But during the 19th century, experiments revealed that if small quantities of other metals were added to molten iron that the Allies formed, would have much greater strength. These alloys, known as steels, were used on small and experimental ships from around the 1850s, generally without success, owing to the high cost of these steels and their poor resistance to rusting and abrasion. It was only in the 1870s that means were found of manufacturing steel in bulk and at reasonable cost so that it could be used in shipbuilding. In 1879, the first large steel ship, the 8,000-ton cattle and cargo carrier SS Buenos Aires, was produced by Denny of Dumbarton. This signalled the start of the changeover in British shipyards to the use of steel. Initially, the cost of building was higher, but as steel production increased throughout the English and Scottish mills, costs fell, and by 1890, almost all ships were of steel. Britain was then 10 years ahead of every other country, producing ships of greater strength. And with a 10% reduction in material weight, that enabled greater cargoes or larger fuel bunkers to be carried. The changeover cost was minimal, as machine tools and working practice were unchanged. Shipbuilding output, like that of most heavy industries, is cyclical. On looking at the tonnage output of the years, one sees sharp dips in the years of economic depression and counterbalanced by some amazing high peaks of production. In 1913, the year before the outbreak of the First World War, British shipbuilders experienced unparalleled success. The annual returns showing 1,460 ships of over 2 million gross tons launched throughout Great Britain and Ireland. Ships of every type, mostly of steel with screws propulsion, but there were still a few built with timber and propelled by sails or paddle wheels. Steam reciprocating machinery, having just reached the peak of efficiency, powered the vast bulk of ships under construction, but two new features of maritime and marine engineering were emerging. Steam turbines and marine diesels. Effectively invented by Sir Giles Parsons and developed at Wallsend-on-Tyne, steam turbines were being fitted to passenger ships of all sizes, from the swift river steamers on the Firth of Clyde through to the giant Atlantic record breakers. The large marine diesel was in its infancy, having been developed by the Danish shipbuilders and engineers Burmeister and Wayne at Copenhagen. The first three ocean-going diesel-powered ships were the Salonia, the Jutlandia and the Thronia. 2 of them built in Copenhagen, and only by Barclay, Curl Shipyard in Glasgow, and 1 by the Barclay Curl Shipyard in Glasgow. It is impossible to overrate the importance of these early contracts, for nowadays around 99% of all ships worldwide have diesel machinery. They're good little books. They are really good books. And congratulations to Glyn. I've just heard he's finished his book, the one he's writing. Right. Seems like, have you heard of the Melbonian military mean of being a traitor and procuring the warships? What would your choices be? Let's start off with the Graf Zeppelin and go down from there. Nice one. How nonsense are conspiracy videos? Are people trying to push degrowth, deindustrialization, garbage these days? There's always some interesting stuff going on. Basically, all these things need to be balanced. The trouble is, I try and avoid getting politics in the Naval History channel. But my view is always, I'm very, very afraid whenever I start hearing people giving easy answers. If it's a one-line glib answer, it's probably not true and probably not correct. Or it leaves a lot of context and nuance to actually be correct and be true. Archers, hey, whatever works. I don't drink either because I cannot control either. Interesting, it's my experience because of the family I grew up in, and let's be honest, Scottish and Cornish roots. I did used to drink when I was younger. There was a certain generation which didn't understand the concept that you didn't drink till you were 18. Or, you know, with family it was considered, oh yeah, have a dram. And I never really had that desire. It was nice, but not so nice. I preferred it over my iron brew. Perhaps that's just me. But I wasn't really bothered when I decided not to. It wasn't a big thing for me. Many of my friends have always gone on with it like that would be a big thing, and it never seemed to be a big thing for me. If you tried to make me give up iron brew, there would be trouble. I have done it though. I had to do it for a while for my for fitness because I needed to lose a lot of weight, so I had to basically go down to a water diet for about 6 months in terms of my liquid intake. I didn't enjoy it, but I did it. And I kept a bottle of iron brew in a fridge for the entirety of those 6 months. Never touched it, but the moment it was over and I made the weight, yep, fine, done. Stygian 90, I need to see the context of the rest of the question, because you've got maybe if the Soviets started buzzing the UK with Svellovs. Could you, could you put nitrogen here in production? GDW 69, 96 question. I'm sure you're getting tired of these, but I'll try to ask more. I'll try to ask any more on this ship. If you look at the model at National Maritime Museum website, these spare space behind the first funnel. Could you put exit launchers there in the style of 1980s Iowa's Tomahawks? If you're prepared to strengthen the deck to take them, you can, but that's going to be top weight you're adding in, so you're going to have to work out and also put in ballast and things. You can do pretty much all these things, but you need to work out the mass for it and make sure you're getting it there. Glenshire. Yes, as usual. Books that are almost impossible to buy, as I look at the Naval Institute Guide to Submarine and MIN Digital. Yeah, we have got to start working on these books being in digital.
Minnesota, total Germany. Interesting message. Yeah. It was a practical one. It's also those messages going out are where we have the origins of the phrase total war. Because the total message went out, we're at war with Germany. And that's why there is actually a book somewhere in my collection which describes total Germany, which is about the war against Germany by the Royal Navy. So we've got submarine service in World War II. My father was one of them. Whew. HMS Thrasher. He was lucky then. What are your thoughts on the supposed Iowa modernization, like the one that took out the aft turret and put in 2 ski jumps for carriers? If you really want to go down that route, you can, but honestly... Let's put it this way. If you're in a scenario where fitting 2 ski ramps and short hangers onto an Iowa is a good idea, you're already in a troubled scenario. Because, especially if you're your Navy, it's a case of what is the scenario where that makes useful sense? What is the scenario where you either do not have a big carrier in near enough capabilities to provide air defense, or the scenario you do not have an LPH, or later an LHD, that will provide the Harriers for air support for troops. It's a case of, yeah. I don't think Bomber Command got that high on riches. You said 52% dead. I don't think Bomber Command got that high. Command. Bomber Command had a 46% death rate. I thought so. I didn't think it was... For a total, 364,514 operational sorties were flown, 8,325 aircraft were lost in action. Bomber Command air crews suffered a high casualty rate of a total of 125,000 air crew. 57,205 were killed, a 46% death rate. Further 8,403 were wounded in action, and 9,838 became prisoners of war. This meant that there's a 60% loss rate, as 75,446 airmen were either killed, wounded, or taken prisoner. So yeah. It's high, but it's not 52% dead. Scott, it's not fair to give the Kaiser all the credit. There were a whole bunch of people playing Bismarck's game with slightly less diplomatic nuance than Baldric. Oh, good lord. There were so many. Man, they wonder why someone decided to spend the money to make a cargo carrier from steel as the first experiment. Why wouldn't you build a cargo carrier? Check it out without any of the losses of doing a warship. C-190. What was the British view of the Moskva-class helicopter carriers? Cruisers. Did the SSNs consider them to be a significant threat? They considered their helicopters to definitely be a threat. It's a case of, are they a significant threat? Well, it's going to depend on how they're used. They're part of a task group and they're providing a lot of helicopters for it. That's going to be a problem to deal with. You're going to have to deal with those helicopters. And helicopters are the big threat for submarines at that time. You might say they're not as good as our helicopters, but they're still helicopters, and they still have, the more of them they have, the more chances they have of getting lucky. And we've seen recently, there are some Russian helicopter crews who are pretty well worked up, and they always have been. Not sure why, but Russians have tended to be fairly lucky in their helicopter crews. Scott, what's the percentage of bomber command losses when you include people captured and held as prisoners of war? When it's including... Oof. Well, wounded are 8,403, and 9,838 become prisoners of war. So with wounded and prisoners of war, you get to 60%, roughly, of operational airmen were killed, wounded, or taken prisoner. With both killed and wounded. With wounded and taken prisoner. If you take out the wounded... you could still be... I'm not sure if you're going to still be right. Death Squad, politics. No. I know I've been keep wandering in there, but in the direction, but I'm trying to pull myself back, and I have to pull. If I have to pull myself back, I'm going to pull back everyone else as well. No. I thought the total war thing came from Goebbels' speech. What? What il der total Krieg? Do you want total war? No. Well, she's decommissioned in 1970. Theoretically, if I had been the Canadians and keeping her going, I would have wanted to have an Invincible class built. Because that should have been okay. An Invincible class would have actually done most of the job for the Canadians and would have been quite good, especially if they could get a couple of them. Here's a... Just found something else, which I didn't realise I had. Okay. I'm sure Grandad was in the Royal Canadian Air Force, but I believe he showed him in England in like December 1945. Not exactly wartime service, but close. Seems like the submarine loss rate for crew is it's generally all or none. At least you have the possibility of jumping out of an aircraft in emergency. Possibility, but not much of a likelihood of it. So anyway, what Navy did have the worst crew accommodations? Oof. Or did you answer that already? It's been discussed already. You see, the trouble is, I would argue that probably the Americans have probably some of the best crew accommodations, especially in World War II, by World War II period. But worst, it's probably between the Russians and the Japanese. Probably. That's what it was, just a hunch on where the 52% figure might come from. Might do. Good luck, Joss. Hope the year 8 gets better. Bigness weakness, I think, is that we can afford maybe afford one through deck cruiser, DDH, or whatever we're calling the baby carriers these days, but not two. And we kind of need 3 of everything on hand. Yeah. It's a big tasty in the UK, this one is called. With bacon. And it's actually surprisingly not cold, because I'd forgotten about it myself. I put it down, and it's been kept warm by the computer. I didn't order. This is the point. I didn't order. God bless her. Love her, my sister ordered. Since all I'd asked for was chicken nuggets, and all sorts of extra things came as well. I had a little chicken burger. I thought, that's nice. And then I put the bag down, and there was also, but when I looked in it, there's a big tasty. And an apple pie as well. I think, once I move the bag out of the way. And I'm checking the bag as well. Invincibles feel like a good ASW escort carrier, but a bad strike carrier. They'll do the job. They're not going to do it well, but they'll do the job. That's good. I'd say Brazil was probably worst. Getting the government to agree to mutineers is an achievement. It is, but then they did something about it, whereas the Japanese and Russians didn't do anything. The Russians just shot them. I thought we did away with the big taste in the UK. It's back with bacon for Christmas. It turns out she does need a favour done, because it turns out there's some things falling over out there that I need to fix. Can you get an F-35 on an Invincible class elevator? Well, seeing as the replacement of Bonaventure was for 1970s, that would be an Invincible class then. These days, if I was buying something now, and I was the Canadians, I'd probably go for a Trieste, which can take F-35s, definitely. But honestly, you probably want something bigger. But I think I want the Trieste with the X forward bit, extension bit added into her hull, because if you look at the hull design, you can see the space for a lift forward on the starboard side if you expand it a bit. And yeah, I'd expand the hull a bit, and that was giving myself an aircraft of about 20 aircraft, 24 aircraft. It was the Canadians. Big Tasty is basically a giant burger. That's all it is. It's this size. And it's the second largest burger that McDonald's in the UK ever does. The largest being the Grand Big Mac, which is massive. What is a Grand Big Mac? Basically, burgers the size of, well, patties the size of the Big Tasty patty, so it's a bigger patty, and then structured like it's a Big Mac, like it's a supersized Big Mac. F-35 wingspan is about 35 foot. Having just looked at an Invincible class for lifts, it looks possible. I think you could get it through. I'm just not sure if the lift is really rated to lift that weight. The big patties for the UK. Still think we should have brought the Mistrals from the French when they're selling them at the Celebi. That would have been a good deal for anyone who got them. It was a very good deal for the Egyptians. It's really bumped up their navy status. It has. The special they had a few years ago, the Big Mac with quad pounder patties, was great too. But it was only here for a few months. Basically, your Grand Big Mac. Yeah. That's pretty much it. For American friends, the Big Tasty is a small burger. For the UK, this is a massive burger. The thing is, you have to remember, when the Mistrals were for sale, people were just, you know, that was I think that was the first time the Russians had invaded Ukraine. So that's 8 years ago, and people believed it wasn't going to happen again. We thought Russia would learn a lesson and not do it. But surely they didn't want to do it. I think we are still weaning ourselves off the war of choice doctrine. Wars will only will happen for major nations in this world when they choose there to be a war. They won't get war forced on, or forced upon them, or foisted upon them. And that's a problem. That's difficult to get out. The reason I like actually, the reason why I think pretty much the entirety of the bilge pumps crew like the Trieste class is because they're also quite well armed, because they have 3 Otto Malera 76mm, they have 3 Otto Malera 25mm, 2 Otto Malera decoy launchers, and 2 8-cell Silver A50 VLS systems, which can either carry 16 Aster 15, Aster 30, or Aster 30 missiles, or 32 CAM ER missiles. A little bit of modification, a little bit of expansion, and you could have a very, very powerful addition to any task group. And I would love one of those in a task group with the Queen Elizabeth. Because I would literally shift all my helicopters to the to that, and have that providing anti-submarine warfare coordination and those sort of duties, and have the Queen Elizabeth looking as the strike air defense asset, and divert off those two roles. In short, yeah, 8 might be a bit much, but the Wasp class fits what I think our mission profile will be. Need a carrier on each of the 3 coasts, plus backup, so... 8 wouldn't be that much extra. Let's see, if you need free operational available... With 4, you're usually going to have 2 available. 1 at sea and 1 available. With 6, you can usually maintain 3 available. With 7, you can guarantee 3 available, pretty much. So 8, definitely. But you need 1 in long-term refit. And then, yeah. 7 or 8 would be 7 would be the minimum. 8 would definitely guarantee your 3 available. Steve Clark, to misquote Tom Lever, they haven't bothered us since 2014 and have hardly bothered us since then. That was good. I mean, I hope you're right about the war choice doctrine and that NATO's rapidly emptying magazines will reinforce that lesson. But I'm not going to hold my breath. Neither am I, but I'm hoping they actually buy some more equipment. Covers a reloadable box land attack cruise missile launcher on a Chester Mark II. Honestly, the thing is, if you stick a Mark... The thing is about a carrier the size of a vessel the size of the LHD. You have the Mark 41 VLS on the same deck as the flight deck. Yes, I don't like it because it does use up flight deck space. So you've got to come up with a way of sticking it that's not going to interfere with flying operations, put debris down for flying operations, and all that, which is a problem. But if you were going to do it, you could, if you were going to be able to reload on any ship, you could theoretically load on that flat deck, where you could get a vehicle with a crane to lift and lower it in. And you would have such a vehicle aboard, because, well, you tend to have them on carrier-based aircraft anyway. Why did they send a knife and fork but no napkin? Darren, I've built bag 1 of 5 of my HMS Belfast. Good for you. This is your model Belfast, your Lego Belfast. In short, yes, we finally ended up where we began, with the F-35 that we already helped develop to meet our needs. It's always amazing when you pay to develop an aircraft and then you just suddenly decide, well, maybe we shouldn't go with this aircraft, maybe we should go with another aircraft which we haven't put any money into. Okay. Because the concept of we helped develop a product matched to our needs versus single bid contract is hard to explain, apparently. It is difficult. Because, well, you know, Why didn't you pay to develop other aircraft to potentially meet your needs so you could have a proper competition, Glyn? Why didn't you pay more people? Why not? I do admit that these companies do price gouging. They do. But we've managed to get ourselves into a position where that's the case. There are no disruptors in the defense world. We might like to think there are, but those companies usually are. Any disruptor that merges in defense usually is just a front company or a spin-off of one of the larger companies. And they are marketing themselves as a disruptor, but they are in no way, shape or form really a disruptor. And at a certain point they will get folded back into that major corporation. If they fail, they don't. They get wound down. Well, they need a fleet for the Black Sea, Northern Sea, Pacific, and probably probably not the Baltic. But that's 4 fleets. But yeah, you would need 9 carriers to have an available one in each of them, because they do act. They have to act like 3 independent navies. Look how far they apart they are. Lynn Stewart, can Wasp handle Arctic water? As well, it would have to be adapted. Let's be honest, any of them would have to be adapted to an extent. Those got napkins were in the other bags. You have a shirt, Doctor. Hmm? I am not wiping on my shirt. That's no. You're far too kind, Stafford. 2 o'clock. Where would you stand on a VLS-launched drone swarms on a carrier with net-based recovery? What's the point of doing that on a carrier? You could do that net-based recovery in a drone swarm. You could do from any ship. Why would you use a carrier for that? Surely you would use the carrier for the larger drones. That might sound overly complex, but let's put it this way. If I'm launching my drones by VLS and I'm recovering them by net, I can do that from an escort, which gives me far more flexibility. Drones which are too big for me to launch by that means, and which I have to recover using other means, i.e. that will be more a carrier. I might stick a net on the carrier still and have a couple of them on the carrier just for the benefit of having some on the carrier just in case, but primarily I'm going to stick those on escorts, and the carrier is going to be for the bigger drones. Usually the very same people who ask you why you didn't spend more money actually voted against that spending some years ago, right? As a rule. And I do always love the ones who basically vote against spending money, vote against spending any money, vote against spending any money. And then when you come to a problem and you're having to try and deal with the situation, they turn around and say, we can't do this because we haven't got this equipment, so we can't do anything about it. And you sit there and go, well, the reason we don't have the equipment is because you didn't want to spend the money. And yeah. It happens. It's a nice little bow they tie it up in.
That's good. Even out all the other, if the legitimate disruptors project isn't actually vaporware, company shareholders get a nice payout. Company becomes part of the established bunch. It still gets folded into the established bunch, and you check who the shareholders are. Again, I've seen this happen too many times over the last... Well, let's put it this way. I've been on this walking this earth for over a quarter of a century, 35 years now. And I've been watching defence. In fact, thanks to my dad's involvement in naval defense, naval procurement, and being a naval architect and all that side, pretty much all my life. And I've seen it happen more times than I care to think about. They always find money. Let's put it this way. Doesn't matter which side of the political coin you're from. Doesn't matter which side you come from. If it's something you care about, you will find the money for it. And if it's something you don't care about and you're not interested in, then government doesn't. Then we don't have money. We don't have the money for it. Circular logic is fun, Melanie. Come on, I enjoyed your recent video about Nelson class battleships. Are you going to do another video about why the RN didn't continue building ships with 16-inch guns? I'm going to do a whole sort of series of videos about that. I'll get it up now. Nope, not that series. Okay, open up the other Excel spreadsheet. Ah, yes, got it. So next year we start off in January with the 100 Years of Gun Cruisers. We have all sorts of videos on battleships and battlecruisers and sovereign battleships and dreadnought battleships leading up to World War One. Would help if I could spell building the fleets of Mobile Bay, because apparently I've got the G and the N around the wrong way. I don't know. Capital ships in the Treaty era is where we're probably going to be covering that, the guns and how the gunnery is. But it's also going to be how gunnery evolved from 1860 to 1960 and a few other things. And I've got all sorts of things to go. It's going to be good. It's going to be interesting, hopefully. He says hoping it's going to be interesting. So it should be covered a lot next year. Ba-da-ba. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ba-da-da-ba-da-da-da. Yeah. Oh. That's helpful, isn't it? It's gone completely and utterly... There you go. With my pasty hand behind it, it suddenly becomes visible. Sorry. There you go. This is the year of technology as it's currently planned. And will all be announced very shortly. Once it's all finalised. There's a few gaps in there, which you can see. 2nd of June, 9th of July, gap. No gap till then, roughly. then the 5th of September, and 7th of November. So I've got to think of something for these. I'll remove that now, and I'll get something with a white background at some point. Dagdom, at 12. If the British did use 15-inch 50s, would you think the Lions would get possibly armed with 16-inch that scenario? Potentially, but potentially they just get left with the 15-inch 50s. And potentially the British go with, it's going to sound strange, it might be the Lions get upgraded to have a quadruple turret and 16 15-inch 50s. Sorry. Apologies. I forgot. I felt the stuff on the side of the thing went, no, Matt can lick it off, and went, oh, good lord, you all saw that. Didn't need to see that. Sorry. Oh, Scott, a good rule of judging how serious a government is about fixing or changing something is to look at how much they change the budget for the area. Lots of talk, no money equals just talk. True. I was just keep, yeah, don't spend it for 30 years and now you wake up, which means my country woke up, that you need to buy on the spot 1,000 tanks, 1,000 APCs, another 300 self-propelled howitzers, Combatants, and who knows what else. Oh, yeah. Thank you, HMS Verdun. Good luck, CJ90. Have a nice lunch. Speaking of someone having his continued lunch dinner, yes, I can understand it. Interesting. Would the history of the 6-inch gun from the prime weapon of cruisers to out of fashion, the back being a main weapon, be something you'd consider or as part of that part of the gun series? Honestly, there's probably going to be a few series over the years over there. I have a feeling there's going to be a few series because we've got a few trips planned for next year, and hopefully, I'm hoping, of course, to go to Australia. That's next year. That's sort of the Canada Naval History Crew planning for next year. We're sorting out. We're trying to work out funding and how we're going to fundraise for that and what we're going to do when we get there. So that's something we're working on, and we'll make some formal announcements of that soon. And yeah, but that and a few other trips planned for next year. There are going to be some series while I'm away, while I'm travelling, as I do now. Oh, 6th of June. Various types of landing craft technology. I am considering that one. I've done landing craft already, but I think I should redo that video. Seth Johnson. Imagine, if you will, a modern 45,000-ton cavalry ship with triple 12-inch 50 main guns. 78 cell VLS. And 12 76mm Otto secondaries with an aft hangar flight deck. What do you christen her? I'd wonder what happened to her VLS, but other than that, I'd call her a pretty major combatant. Probably she'd have to be a battle cruiser in these days. But I would... I think 178 VLS is... I seem to remember you talking to me about this, and it was 178, not 78. In which case, that would definitely be a battle cruiser. Because you could make the case for anything else, but it's going to be a battle cruiser. Thank you, Nighttime Productions. It's very kind of you to say that. The year of technology also appears to be a year of transparency. Well, I'm not sure why it doesn't have a white background, considering where I just turned the Excel spreadsheet into a picture, so I'd have thought it would come through with a white background, but it didn't. Hmm. Rapid raceback. I will, well, this might help. And rapid raceback, if you check in the description, I've posted something in there. It's a book which might help you. On your question about seaplanes. Should be there. Very good, Glenn Stewart. Start with Raven's Piece. I do recommend the Ravens books. It was more transparent than most defense contracts. Oh, now you're just being kind. It's a case of, well, if I do this. So, we have at the top the year of the gun cruisers. Then we have privatizing war, Gerd of course, steam engines, great ships, first, second, and third rates of the 18th century. Viewer suggestion, which I'm going to put up a comment over on Christmas Day for people to suggest topics. Designing ships, still judging by eye. Seizing control, the close blockade, marine diesels, steam rates. The wooden wall gets a hiss and a puff. Hiss and a half. 20th century to submarine century. Grand strategy, when the world is really not enough. Nuclear power. Ironclad frigates of the line. Navigation from shores to satellites. Thousands of years of getting from A to B. Justifying a navy to a continent. And Alfred Thayer Mahand. Gas turbines, steam battleships. From Martyr to Mayfly to present day, naval aviation. Defending an empire, Julian Corbett. Building the fleets of Jutland. Sovereign battleships, your suggestion free. Cheaper way of war, the Junicole. Building the fleets of Midway. Dreadnought battleships leading up to World War I. Sphere of influence, Theodore Roosevelt's desire for naval diplomacy. Building the fleets of Lisa. Battle cruisers leading up to World War I. What cannon is the right for this ship? Dominating the world, Tirpitz and the Risk Fleet. Building the fleets of Mobile Bay. Capital ships in the Treaty era. Winning a war. Hosselnorf and unrestricted submarine warfare. Building the fleets of Actium. Capital ships of science fiction. Battlestars versus Star Destroyers. Ranging and stabilizing. Heavy gunnery evolved from 1860 to 1960. Sea power. Building the lessons of World War II into the new Cold War reality. Building the fleets of Trafalgar. Battleships and battlecruisers that might have been. And 21st century sea power. Reimagining the Corvette and Cable. Building the fleets of Tsushima. And why no more battleships? It seemed a good idea.
7. Aldebaran took away missiles as supply chain crunches are hitting hard, and again, scrap metal prices are starting to go up. Traditionally, that means trouble's on the way. True. When people start buying scrap metal, that's usually when there's issues coming, because they use a lot of scrap metal for various interesting things. Dr. Clark, granted, container ships don't make good warships, but if we're building 100,000-ton carriers, why not comparable service commands? Because look at where we're building those carriers. Look at where we're building those container ships. There are very few yards. You need to build those assets in those yards, so therefore they're not available to do anything else. Deinitialization is pretty much a bilge pumps topic, and we are getting into it. I think we'll be discussing it this week, actually. It's one of the things. Sounds like chapters in a book. To be fair, that is how I think of these things when I write them. Now, as it's 11 o'clock, I'm probably going to call this the end section and just say answer last questions. So I will say last questions. Oh no, rapid raise about it's visible. It's just only visible when I stick my hand behind it. It's a rather cool way of doing it in extent. If I'd intended to do it that way, I'd have prepped and planned and actually been good with something to go behind it. I'd have had something plotted and planned, you know, something like this. Da-da-da. And put it off to one side and sort of be talking away. But, I wasn't prepped. I just quickly flicked it up and presumed it would be white. Would have a white background or something. Stafford, Melanie. I'm watching you two. If ever there's something... There was a discussion with one of my colleagues recently, which was a case of, is it really like running a seminar? Yes, it is. And like a seminar, sometimes, you do sometimes look at your students and go, are they chatting, or are they forming a plot to take over the world? Stafford, Melanie, I've got my beady eye on you two. Just trying to remember which one's the beady one. What is the most viable warship displacement in the 2030s? Oh, depends on what you want to do. If you're talking a major surface combatant, i.e. something which is not an aircraft carrier, LHD or anything like that, but is a principal service escort, you're probably talking about 15 to 16,000 tons. If you're talking a medium service combatant, you're probably talking around 10,000 tons. And a small one's going to be 5,000 or so tons. And then there are going to be those inshore combatants, etc., which are going to be less than that. But basically what we're rebuilding is the cruiser levels of the interwar period and the pre-World War I 1890s era. Because, and the reason this is, okay, if you're putting in enough systems for a ship to sail around the world and actually be useful sailing around the world, to make it cost effective to do so, you need to put in a certain amount of weaponry. And if it's got that amount of weaponry and got those systems in, it's going to need a certain amount of weaponry to defend itself and make itself viable, because we use active and rather than some passive, but we don't use armour anymore. We use active weaponry and etc. things as part of our defensive space. And electronic warfare, etc. So you need space for those. You need power for those.
This is why ships end up the size they do, because there are certain sizes where you can justify what you're putting into them. And so while someone will turn around and go, yes, but we could be building 3 smaller combatants for the size of this one. Could they do the job? And is it justifiable sending them? Yes. If you want to compare it to a short-range asset which only hops around in, let's say, the Baltic, and you're building and compare a destroyer to that, you can go, we could build so many of those. Yes, but you could only hop around in the Baltic in that. This destroyer is supposed to go around the whole world. There's going to be a difference in it. There's going to be. I'm planning a world takeover, but that's just so I can build a copy of Warspite and hire the Doctor and Drakus guides me. Always tempting. So would the Nimrod have been better or worse if in a timeline it was a joint British Empire project to replace the Canadian Argus and the Avro Shackleton? Probably better, because it would have had more airframes procured, so therefore the cost of upgrade, etc., cost of upgrade would have been pulled. Probably they'd have pulled some of the training and some of the advanced assets as well, so it could have been a lot more useful, and it probably ended up with more roles. They'd have probably ended up with a Nimrod tanker and a Nimrod AWACS aircraft and Nimrod electronics warfare aircraft, because they'd have been seeking to justify and reinforcing their choice of the airframe. And sure, any good books outside Brown on pre-ironclad steam warships? I'm sure I have one working its way to me, actually, as we speak. Let me just check. Yeah, Aidan Dodson. And Norman Freeman, of course, but Aidan Dodson's book... Big Cruisers in the World's Navies is a good one. And Les Brown has a good one, which is Royal Navy Torpedo Vessels 1870 to 1914. Yeah, so basically, I'll put another link to this one. For Glyn, that one, I'll put another link in the system and down below. So Glyn, you should find a link to that in the description below. I don't know. So what was Stafford talking about missile supply chain and another thing? The fact that missiles are in short supply and getting very difficult to get are the fact that none of the factories have worked up, so to replace the stocks. And the scrap metal supply is scrap metal's getting more expensive. Usually scrap metal getting more expensive means that people are buying it, and there are very few uses for scrap metal. There are a fair number, but the biggest buyer of scrap metal tends to be people building bullets. And those sort of systems, and those are often made from scrap metal. So, yeah, if there's a lot of scrap metal being bought up and the world market is getting expensive, Well, at this point, we can kind of tell why people are buying a lot for bullets. Portugal, I'm entirely too lazy to take out a world. I'd rather hang out on Twitter and YouTube and wind up people. Oh, that is definitely the life. Roads back. Just like, aside from the hideous biplane and putting air-to-air missiles on a maritime patrol aircraft, what is the most ludicrous thing ever done when designing a naval aircraft? I have done this before. There are jets which were jet seaplanes designed. Literally, someone had the bright idea of trying to land jet aircraft on water with waves. The Saunders Row. I'm going to report you to Andrew Lambert. What have I done now? Mike Cavalier, do you have an interest in riverine warfare? Yes. And Tim, so would the Bristol Centauros have been a viable alternative for the Canadair Argus? Potentially. That's no. That's the version of I'm telling your dad on you. There's no ebook version available as I can see. I can see them only as hardbook versions. But Aidan Dodson is a lovely, lovely guy, and a lovely historian, full stop, and does all sorts of interesting things. He occasionally does some naval history, and he also does a whole load of basically Egyptian history. And naval history is his sort of occasional wandering it. And he's just one of those really cool people to go and chat to. So my suggestion is you message him. If you track down Aidan Dodson, I think he still lectures. He teaches in the Department of Anthropology and Archaeology at Bristol. He's a professor there, so I think if you contact him through Bristol University, because I met him at a conference a long, long time ago. I did meet him at a conference. I did. But I think if you message him at his university contact address, he might well help you out. He's a nice guy, a nice academic, and nice historian. Could you recommend a book on 1960s RN frigates? Rebuilding the Fleet by D.K. Brown. That's probably the best for them. My dad never finished his book on them. It's on there. I've got a pile of old books that my dad has started and has never finished any of them. He was king of starting a book and never finishing it. Whereas I usually start about 4 different projects, then pick whichever one I actually like the most and hammer away until it's done. He started lots but never finished them. Mr. Serenity, could SMS Beluga have fit into an US Alaska or large cruiser built with steam turbines? Yes, it could have done, and would have done quite well. MC Legend 13H. Sorry I'm late, but excited about the oncoming streams about the Soviet Navy. Hopefully I'll be able to make it to see them. There'll be 3 long patrols and 1 live. The live is the last live before Christmas. And I picked it as the last live before Christmas because I thought you'd all enjoy it. There'll be something definitely there'll be there's no competition from the Christmas television at that point. Sadly, Andrew's book on pre-ironclad battleships is unavailable in the Kindle. Yeah. History does need to get better ebooks. I'm trying to write some. Would you agree the British should have got the AEW Shackletons at least 10 to 20 years earlier than they did?
Yeah, but that's about par. That's about on par for what the Britain were doing at the time. It really is. How different would the culture of age of sail exploration be from a ship of that age? How different would the culture of an age of sail or age of exploration ship be from another ship of that age? Each ship would have its own character, but definitely within navies they'd have a similarity going on there. It does depend to an extent though on the officers and the leading personalities on the ship, what the crew is going to be like. Right, I've been told it's dry enough that the Fluffs would actually like to go for a wander. Surprise, surprise. So I am going to say thank you very much to everyone. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you very much to everyone for the super chats, for the people who are new members, for the people who just support by just watching the videos. Thank you to all that. Sorry about eating in front of you, but again, I had literally my lunch had been 4 pieces of pork, slices that is, of pork from a roast pork joint. So, you know. I also got Yorkshire. I'll tell a lie. There was also 2 Yorkshire puddings and some gravy. So yeah, I was kind of hungry. I asked for chicken nuggets and got all that. That's very nice, kind of. But I've got to go walk the fluffy research assistants. So I'm going to say the last questions, and then I'm going to say thank you to everyone. So thank you, Glenn, Rapid, Raisback. Thank you, Glyn, Dan, Melanie, Stafford, Sean for all your, and Paul for all your adminning duties. And take care, just for done. Abzaski. Well, if you haven't noticed, all ammo producing plants in Central Europe are working 24/7 on double shifts, churning out 155, 152, and who knows what other caliber. UK and US probably doing the same. Yep. MC Legend 38. Random question, but if you had to choose 5 things to improve the modern Royal Navy, what would those improvements be? Third aircraft carrier would have maintained the Harriers in service, would have built the Albion and Bulwark and a third vessel as 3 LHDs, so they could have also kept it so we'd have 6 flat tops. I think that's at 3 changes. 4th change, build all 9 of the Type 45s that have been sort of contracted to an extent, and 5th change would have ordered at least 9 of the Astutes, at least 9. I'd love to get some logistic ships as well as that, but I'm just sort of, our logistic ships aren't great, but we could. But thing is, if we have all those in, we can then get the logistic ships. Would be number 6. Usually, I would go logistics, but for the current level of teeth we have, our logistics are okay. I would like more teeth, and then I would like more logistics to support those teeth. That's only for everyone. Having the Abrashak and Airborne Early Warning for 52 or 62 would justify the replacement in the 70s. Yep. Thank you, Glenn. Thank you, DG40. Thank you, Bugguy899. Thank you, Albazaski. Thank you, Melon640. Thank you, Yardaval. Hello! Haven't seen you in a while, I think. Thank you, Calvin Gasberg. Thank you, Anook. Thank you, John Shea. Thank you, Mark Harkness. Richards, thank you. Thank you to the chat. It's always a pleasure to chat away. Yeah, I know, but I realised sometimes tonight I did actually forget I was on camera straight in front of you when I took a mouthful and then, ooh, sorry. Thank you, Cavallo. Thank you, Roger the Shrubber. Thank you, everyone. Thank you all, and have a nice evening. Take care. Bada bung. That really doesn't show up, does it, at all? No help whatsoever. Come on. Bada ba bang. Toodles.